Morning and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of November 22, 2024. This meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and it is also being live streamed by the county channel. In accordance with the new safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at the Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on Beaufort County School District and school-related topics. Citizens wishing to participate in public comments can do so in person or via phone. There will be one public comment forum during this board meeting. The 30-minute session is limited to topics on the board meeting agenda. Requests to participate in the public comments via phone will be accepted via email the day of the meeting from 8 to 8:30 a.m. Requests should include the speaker's name, phone number, as well as topic, and must be emailed to the Executive Administrative Assistant to the Board, Robin Cushingberry, at robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. Requesters will subsequently receive a phone call during their respective public forum time and should be ready to speak. Citizens desiring to participate in person must fill out a public comment card that can be obtained from the board clerk upon arrival. So we now need a motion to approve the agenda, Madam Secretary.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, second by Mr. Carr. Thank you. Any discussion? Do we have anybody participating online? Okay. All right. So all in favor of approving today's agenda, please say aye. 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 And Elizabeth, Hay?
May I?
Elizabeth, you're muted.
Could you hear me? Or can you hear me now?
And your vote to approve the agenda?
Hey, I.
All right. Agenda carries unanimously. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Please be seated. The media has been properly notified. So I don't think we have anybody in person for public comment. All right. So Dr. Rodriguez, we're on to the topics. The first one is impact on student learning.
Thank you. This is a request, I think, came a while ago from Mr. Dallas. And it's really, I think, trying to look at the impact prior to students arriving at school and the impact that has on overall outcomes. So Dr. Stratos and her team have been working on it. And if you're ready, Dr. Stratos?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and good morning, Madam Chair and board members. This morning, I have the opportunity to bring it forward for the first part of this presentation, our Director for Early Childhood Readiness, Ashley Hutchinson. She's going to take the birth to 5 component of this presentation, and then I will walk you through some words that I actually brought forward to you in a prior, at a prior board meeting from age 6 through 12. So with that, Ms. Hutchinson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this morning. I always love talking about early childhood, so I appreciate it. We are going to talk a little bit about, and Robin, you can keep going to that slide number 4. the impacts on birth to five. Some of you have seen our graphic of the integrated comprehensive early childhood system. Some of you have not seen it, so I wanted to share it with you again. This is Beaufort County School District's approach to early childhood. So when we talk about and when we focus on what our strategies are, what our goals are for early childhood, they all revolve around this concept of high quality education, instruction, developmentally appropriate practice, and play-based learning. With each one of these components comes a different aspect of how we need to target children in order to be prepared for school. And when we talk about being prepared for school, there's a lot of things that go into that developmentally. You've heard me say before, 90% of the brain develops before the age of 5. That means that when they hit our doors, we're responsible for the other 10%. That's a little scary when we think about it as school district people, that some children walk in our doors ready and some children are not ready. And school districts have to start focusing on that birth to 5 piece. Even more importantly, that birth to 3 piece as well. 70% of language development happens by the age of 3. So if you're talking or looking at the 30 million word project, or you're looking at how many children are keying in on that vocabulary and literacy and language, most of that development happens from birth to 3. So we are behind the 8 ball when they walk in the door at kindergarten and not prepared. We call those windows of opportunity as well. When those windows of opportunities close, and we'll talk about that a little bit on the next slide, they're very difficult to reopen. So we'll talk a little bit about that. On this next slide here, these are what we did. This is the district's developmental screening team. So Child Find happens in a couple different ways. One at the school level, and that's mostly our pre-kindergarten screenings. We're getting ready for those children to come into the pre-K for the following school year to see if they're eligible. This group of students right here are coming into the district voluntarily. Referrals come from MUSC, local pediatricians, Department of Social Services, multiple community action agencies across the community, saying to parents, okay, your child needs to go and have a developmental screening. We start this process at 2.5. and it goes up to 5 years, 11 months. So we use the Dial 4 to do this screener. It's a comprehensive developmental screener. So we're looking at not only developmental pieces, but we're also looking at the family dynamic, risk factors or characteristics of families, and looking at the whole child and the whole family. So this takes place right here at the district office and also in Bluffton. Last year alone, of 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, we screened just over 1,300 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in Beaufort County. So the data that you're looking at right here is coming from about 1,300 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. When you look at the top graph right there, those are, and I included, because I know it's a little hard to see on the PowerPoint, you have a handout of this as well. When you look at that top graph, these are the characteristics of the children that are being screened. So when I talk about looking at the whole family and the whole child, we have to consider what factors are going into the growth and development of this child as a whole. These factors all play a part in a child's growth and development. So you can see that children can have multiple characteristics over the list here, and then you can also see that it's quite interesting how all of those different factors play out in the development of a child. I also put on here the graph right below is family income. I wanted you to be able to see that all socioeconomic levels are being represented in this process. This is not just the families that are struggling to find childcare or struggling to have access to childcare, but we also have children that are well involved in a childcare setting prior to kindergarten. And then the chart right to the right is talking about, of those 1,300 children, where are they receiving childcare services prior to coming to us in pre-K or kindergarten? We are seeing as a district, it is still over half of our children entering our pre-K or kindergarten programs are not coming to a preschool program. Okay, there is no prior childcare service. Not only in Beaufort County is access to childcare still a concern or an issue, it's nationwide. Access is a problem. We have waiting lists for children in Beaufort County on waiting lists for 2 years to get into a childcare center. We then also have the issue of the overall cost of childcare. It tends to be an issue for some families. With my first statement of 90% of a child's brain development happens before the age of 5, and we're not having any formal education piece before 5, that's where the concern comes into play. If you flip over to the next slide, this is a snapshot. Now, when I talk about developmental milestones for children birth to 5, I wanted to give you just a snapshot. There is a long list of physical, cognitive, language, and social emotional developmental milestones for each category. But I just wanted to give you a broad snapshot of kind of what children's knowledge, skills, and abilities need to happen before kindergarten. I also linked for you the South Carolina profile of the Ready Kindergartner. You've heard me talk about that before. It is something that we try to get in the hands of all families. So when you come to Child Find for a screening or you're involved in any early childhood program before kindergarten, you are receiving that profile. You are getting that is being put in the hands of parents so they understand what is expected prior to that kindergarten school year. But you can see, starting at birth, there's a column for prenatal to birth, infant and toddlers, and then we've got preschool and kindergartners. It kind of gives you just a snapshot of what the expectation is. If you're not meeting these developmental milestones, you are already falling behind. This is where those windows of opportunities come in. If we have a child who's missing these milestones and the windows of opportunities, it's just setting them further behind. If there is not a child care program involved with the child, or the child's going to the pediatrician on a regular basis, or being involved with any type of community program, and mom and dad are not aware of these milestones, we're again behind the 8 ball. Okay? And sometimes those are not caught, and earlier intervention is provided, they walk in our doors not ready. If you flip one more page, this is a comprehensive list of the strategies that Beaufort County School District provides to address some of those milestones in the previous page, and of course in the first slide with our graphic. All of our strategies that we have for birth to 5 years old focus in on making sure developmental milestones and parent education is a focus in order for the children to be ready when they come to us. Most of these programs you have heard of. Some of these are partnerships with community programs such as Born to Read. That is a program that gives families their first book when they are in the hospital right after mom gives birth. That is a program that we've had for several years that is still in full swing. We're in all 3 hospitals, so Coastal Carolina Hospital, Beaufort Memorial, and Hilton Head. This program also refers families to GED adult education programs. So if we're going and visiting, the volunteer is visiting with mom and the new baby, we are serving the whole family as well. So we're referring them to adult ed. As you've heard me say multiple times, the literacy level of the mother directly impacts the literacy level of the child. We also, starting at prenatal, which is something that you've heard recently about, is our District Parents as Teachers program. We have 2 national parent educators that, we have a total of 5, but 2 of our parent educators have been nationally recognized for their work in the community. Parents as teachers and parent education is a huge component to birth to 5. That is something that we need to look at expanding if that's something that we feel as necessary, because parents are their child's first and most important teacher, especially in the birth to 5 range and then birth all the way through 12th grade. Reach Out and Read is also another community partnership. This is where at their children's well visit, so with their pediatrician, they are getting a handout of developmental milestones and literacy milestones, and they're also receiving a board book. So the district provides or assists in providing some of those books for those children, and making sure that children are getting to those pediatrician visits for their well checkups. That is a piece where we are able to catch developmental delays and developmental concerns as well. So if a pediatrician recognizes that a child is not meeting one of those milestones, then they can refer out to a program such as BabyNet. They refer to the district for Child Find and those types of things. Just to highlight another piece, the district's early childhood evaluation team. So the numbers that you saw this morning on those first graphs, if we have identified a potential developmental delay with these children, they then move on to the early childhood evaluation team. The early childhood evaluation team is staffed with an early childhood school psychologist, a speech therapist, occupational therapist, special education teacher. We then evaluate and identify those needs and provide that early intervention service for those children. So it's not just a come get your screening and we've identified that you might have a concern. We're going to fully identify and then treat the services that you need. Pre-kindergarten in our district, it is a intervention-based pre-kindergarten program. As most of you know, you qualify to get into that program. We have full-day pre-kindergarten across the entire district now. That's been in place for several years. We are serving right at approximately, we have 983 openings for our pre-K for our pre-K program. With that being said, if you qualify for a pre-kindergarten program in Beaufort County, we have the capacity to serve you. And we look at it as a program approach, so it may not be at your home elementary school, but we will serve you in some capacity at another elementary school. We are still seeing approximately 82% of the children screened qualifying for pre-K. Okay? Remember, the qualifications for pre-K are you fall below the 50th percentile developmentally, and or you have a risk factor high enough to qualify for you as well. So with that being said, 82% of the children being screened are needing intervention prior to our kindergarten program. And then the traveling preschool bus is still in full swing. It is, we have expanded that program greatly. It used to go out once or twice a month. We are now going out 3 or 4 times a week. So that is a program that is really working well in the community. We have lots of participants that are coming on we have a little bit of a following that comes pretty regularly, but then we're also getting new children and new families on the bus to connect them to services. I'm gonna let you keep going. Sorry.
So board members, I do want to put forward one more item, that we have 2 nationally recognized parent educators. So I have to tout that for Ms. Hutchinson and her team. With that, as we cross over, I want us to now look at the academic self-efficacy. At our last board meeting, if you go to next, thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry, I gave you 2 definitions last time I was in front of you. The definition of efficacy, which is the power to produce a positive effect. I'd like to build on this to say academic self-efficacy is the degree to which students believe they are capable of learning or accomplishing an academic task within specific area of education. I took on this part from 5 through 12, looking at not the characteristics that impact the child, but the ownership within the classroom and the learner itself. And I landed at the language of efficacy, and you'll hear me use some language coming forward about agency, that child's ownership of their learning. You heard part of that when our schools presented to you on the interventions that they're putting in place, students setting goals for themselves. That is agency. I own something. I am part of my learning. Self-efficacy, I'd like you to also recognize there are two types. There's a performance, where I'm setting forward to do a task. Everybody has a honey-do list. But now let's think about our academic self-efficacy. What am I putting forward in order to increase my learning? What you'll see during this presentation is the buildup of my prior learning, and there's going to be language about the neuroscience of learning. So once again, I'm going to say thank you for your agency as learners. At looking at the neuroscience as well as the executive functions of learning that happens within the brain. Ms. Hutchinson spoke a little bit about plasticity, right? How do we reform in our brain from a negative connection to a positive connection? Well, that actually happens if you look at the slide from John Hattie. Next, thank you. Collective teacher efficacy. What is it that the school environment provides to build on your students, or Mary, my opportunity to feel that I can do this academic task? You have recognized my prior performance, and now I'm going to challenge you or deepen your knowledge. Hattie has 6 areas that contribute to learning or contribute to academics: the student, the home, the school, curricula, the teacher, and teaching and learning approaches. We focus on mostly the latter of the two, the teacher and teaching and learning. I'd like to share that this research has been developed over a significant amount of year, and John Hattie's work actually has about 138 influences upon student learning. But I think what is most important, number one on his list, is what you believe as the educator for those students in your classroom. And by the way, that costs nothing. It's a belief system and is developing of our climate and leadership at our schools, no different than an organization or business. Next slide, please. So as I shared with you, let's think about this. And you're very familiar with the basics. And this goes back to research from the 60s, psychologist Bandura, on the impact of positive and negative influences upon the learner. If I give you, you did a phenomenal job. Thank you for being descriptive at your prose. Thank you for putting the support information. I'm giving you positive, I'm driving your learning, and I'm directing to what you had done. Your brain lights up, you're happy. You get a check mark. What does that do to your brain? Again, the impact of neuroscience, the waking up of, and the more we do this positive, descriptive, driving reinforcement, it has the greatest impact on our students' learning. What did it cost? Nothing. I'm driving the bus to climate. So positive and negative emotions have impact on our students. But I want to add to the positive part that when I'm building your knowledge, we must build upon, if I've given you the full list of Hattie's work, descriptive feedback, I apologize. Next slide. And you'll see in this presentation, I've given you some citations from numerous research. I'd like to drive your eye to the second bullet. Academic self-efficacy. It is one of the important factors influencing academic performance. Real simple. Do I believe that I can do it? Have I had positive reinforcement? And are you, the educator, helping me build my pathway to success? Next slide, Miss. Thank you. So in contrast, those with high level, or meaning students with high levels of self-efficacy, are more likely to rely on themselves when faced with complex issues. Back to a very simple thing. I'm teaching a child to ride a bicycle. Do you watch the child from behind, or do I go in front of the student? Obviously, we go behind. We circulate, we watch what the child's doing, and I give that child feedback. Hey, steady up, stand up, keep your head straight, right? To drive that child forward. It is no different than a coach at building capacity, a great coach for winning games. And that's really what our educators are. They are the coach to help drive our students at building their skill set for learning. Next slide. So to build on some of the language, and I want to pause here for a moment because I had presented to you Avid, which we have at one of our middle schools right now, and we'll be going into two of our schools in the Hilton Head area, the middle school and high school, tied to the magnet grant that I shared with you. Their strategies are really built on the development of neuroscience research. And what is key, I want to share with you, right? So, well, then what is learning? How does this work? 3 key areas here. Encoding is to transfer experiences into long-term memory. So when we have a child who's coming in with gaps from birth to 5, they don't have as much information to transfer. Very simple. No different than language acquisition. When I don't have the skill set of my native language, how am I transferring to the target language? Consolidation is the storing and maintaining information. Well, actually, those are some of the teaching skills and strategies that happen actually in an Avid class, in the electives class. And many of our educators in the lower grades build that capacity of our students, as well as in our accelerated coursework, on how to study and be successful at challenging exams. And the retrieval. How do I pull back the information and connect it to something new? In the language of Marzano, deepening knowledge. Next slide. Here I wanted to just give you, and it's cited in the resources. This is actually, if you go to this website, it's all hyperlinked for you. I'd like to share with you that learning is a process that involves effort, mistakes, reflection, and refinement of strategies. And I want to go back to mistakes. Let's think about the brain. Remember, I shared with you the negative. That mistake has higher amount in the brain of impact of sending an imprint, or if you think of the brain as clay being molded. But when I'm being positive and helping you coach how to do this better, or the language that we use, productive struggle, and I help coach you to building that capacity, much to the language that Dr. Dixon did with you when she shared with you her presentation work on OGAP, that the teachers are learning, deepening their knowledge at content, so I could tell you how Mary is doing this equation wrong. I'm trying to get you to notice that we're trying to build everything all together at our strategies and our professional development, and actually it is tied to neuroscience and brain development. Next slide. So here's some information to help to share. So how do we build self-efficacy? Well, number 1 is high expectations. This belief of the poor children. There are no poor children. Every child has the same capacity to learn. So when we have that high expectation for all, let's build and give that opportunity. And a child feels that. If you think I can't do it, what am I going to do? Each of you have been parents and raised children. If you think the child thinks you can't, what are they going to do? Will they live up to that expectation? It's no different in the classroom. So praising, giving direct feedback is probably, and as I shared with you, the highest impact that we could do for our own children and in the classroom, or even for our parents when our children come home. But we have to build that capacity of our educators to be very descriptive at the feedback that we are giving children. Not the check. We want the information. The next slide builds on it again. How can you develop? You know, teachers can keep a track, setting goals. That's that formative assessment information that we've been working with you. Students can focus on tracking and rewarding their progress. Agency, I own my learning. And as I take you to the summary, I won't read this out to you word by word, but I will say to you what is key within this summary is that it, and I shared with you already, Self-efficacy in agency has a cost factor of 0. We in our division are trying to align our work to build that capacity of our district. And I want to use the language collective efficacy, that we all have the belief of high expectations and we build the skill set of our educators in order to get our students to be successful. So with that, you're following the last slide, I think is kind of important. It gives you a visual. Metacognition, right? It is the language of how I learn. One of the things that I think is really important, and I'm going to use an example from a lifetime ago of actually when I was learning how to ride a motorized bike. Someone said to me that was key. Stop getting it into your head. You're being too cranial. Let me give you a simple thing. When I ride, I follow my head. My neck drives my ride. They gave me their thinking process that just switched something for me in my mind. No different when a coach teaches you the difference of a curved ball and a straight ball when they fork the fingers, right, and to get that curve. That coach is giving the students the visual, what their thinking is. That is one of the key, that is what metacognitive learning is. We have to model it for our children. Self-efficacy, positive emotions, give the result of academic performance. Our goal is effective, positive academic performance. Your last slides in here, there should be 2, are give you the citation of the research that was pulled for this. And I didn't give you the work of Bandura, who actually started all this when many of us were probably wearing little clothing when we were children, but his work actually started in the 60s. So this is the closing of our presentation. Ms. Hutchinson and myself are here for any questions that you may have.
Victor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe we should have stopped there earlier when we switched spots there in the middle. First question, you said that our screening happens from ages 3 to 5. Are 3-year-olds screened 2 more times? So is a child from 3 to 5 screened more than once?
They can be. The screening is not used as like a pre and a post. It's a snapshot of development. So if you're screened at 2.5 or 3 years old, and then we would not screen you again for another 12 months. If you needed another screening. So sometimes what we do is if we have a child who comes in at 2.5 or 3 years old and are showing, especially in the area of speech, a few concerns, speech and language, we may say, let's try a rescreening in 6 months. And we say that because a lot of development can happen in a short amount of time with parents knowing more strategies to use with their children. So sometimes we give strategies and then we may rescreen again just to check to make sure the child's making progress. But to answer your question, we don't screen more than 6 to 12 months apart.
Okay, I was concerned, well, not concerned, just questioning because you're like, we need to impact. Okay, we do all these things, parent literacy, all these kinds of things. And so I'm wondering if okay, at a 3-year-old, are we rescreening the child again at 4-year-olds to see if any of this contact has made any difference or not? And are our programs working that early? Which brings me to my next question. As far as the pre-K,
Yes.
to qualify for pre-K, are we maxing out all the seats in pre-K? Like, are we filling those classes? You said we had 900 seats available or something
Correct.
like that. Are we filling all those?
Currently, so what we did several years ago, around 2015, we converted our pre-kindergarten programs. Non-Title I schools were half-day pre-K. Title I schools were full-day pre-K. What we did around 2015-16 is convert all of our programs to full day. We also grew the program in order to eliminate waiting lists. So by doing that, we do have we have a little more capacity to accommodate growth. So there are some, and then COVID hit, the pandemic hit. Early childhood across the nation has still not completely recovered from the pandemic. And what I mean by that is there are some families that truly believe that staying home with mom or dad until I have to go is the right decision. A lot of families lost access to childcare during that time, and then programs also dropped capacity during that time because of funding and different things like that. So we do have space in our programs. Right now, off the top of my head, we're probably around the 780 we're a number of 4-year-olds who are enrolled across the district, so we do have some open seats. Yes.
All right, and then,
ahead.
Madam Chair, for me, so as far as the parent education goes,
Yes.
what are we doing, like, for my wife and I, we got the what to expect when you're expecting, what to
Yes.
expect when you're a year-old, 2-year-old, toddlers. And those books helped out a lot. Are these examples of books that we're handing out in the community with these 3-year-olds or,
So
parents that
those
are getting screened?
books still do exist. I still read them. We have given those books out, but we also give our parents, we have to go with the times. So our parents want short snippet information of, how can I help my child? So a partnership with the United Way of the Low Country, we have recently created what we call the basics. It actually originated out of Harvard University, called the Boston Basics. But what Beaufort County has adopted is the same concept and we partnered with the Boston Basic up at Harvard. And this is new information for parents to receive via text message, via email. And so when they go to their pediatrician's well visits or they see they come to Child Find, anytime you're interacting with one of the agencies in the Early Childhood Coalition, we are promoting this the basics of the Low Country. And that is giving parents those brief text messages, based on the age of their child. So if you go to that developmental milestone sheet that in your packet, you can kind of see that if you had a 6-month-old, we're going to give you information about your 6 to 12-month-old. If you have a 2-year-old, we're going to give you information about that. But in today's world, it really is how we meet parents where they are, and it's social media, text messaging, or emails. And so we have, as early childhood, progressed in that direction, and really trying to focus on that social media outlet. And then, of course, text messages and things like that. We still absolutely promote those home visits, though. So, we have those 5 parent educators that are going into the homes of families who are really teaching their parents how to teach their children.
Thank you. I do have, I'll ask one more time after some more people.
It sounds good. Okay, next was Colonel Geyer.
Thank you. This is great stuff. I got a couple things to ask you about, Ashley, and then Dr. Stratos. I have some issues on neuroscience. First of all,
Let's say his brother is a neurosurgeon, retired.
Well, that's good to know.
talk about coordination with other entities that are providing early childhood education. I'm speaking of Head Start, church preschools. My 2 grandsons went to Sea Island Presbyterian preschool for 2 years each. Hobbit Hill with Shannon Erickson and so on. What kind of coordination happens, and are we doing sufficient coordination with all those other entities so that when they come to kindergarten, they're kind of on a same pathway?
So we still have the Beaufort County Early Childhood Coalition. Remember, that started back in around 1999, 2000. It is a group that is still going strong. Partners in that coalition, of course, are the district, Department of Social Services, United Way, Head Start program, local child care providers, pediatricians. That group still has a very strong focus on birth to 5 and making sure that the partnerships between those agencies are strong. We as a district used to do, and I will be the first to say that this is something that we need to work on, is those partnerships with those child care programs. We in the past have held training for those childcare providers. We have held, and where they can get their licensing credits. So if you come into the district, you can get licensing credits on growth and development. We provide a training, and then they get their free credit hours for that. Due to funding, that is something that has been scaled back a little bit, which we were able to train child care providers in the early learning standards from the state or the infant and toddler early learning standards, and give them those resources to build stronger partnerships and programs in the community. Our Head Start partnership is still intact, and we are working with them on ensuring that when we have a roadblock or we see a problem coming in at kindergarten, we go and address it and put those resources in place and to ensure that those students, the next group comes in with those skills or what's needed.
That's important. And I specifically mentioned Hobbit Hill and Representative Shannon Erickson. As you know, the governor has stated that he wants to make early childhood education a priority. Now, he hasn't come up with any money yet, but I think, and Ms. Erickson chairs the committee in the State House. It would seem to me that if we would actively reach out to her, get her involved in a coordinated program, because frankly, there's also a initiative to have state funding go to private childcare and early childhood programs. Wouldn't it be great to pilot that of the state, where the chairman of the education committee represents? That's an opportunity that I think properly managed and packaged, we could have a great advantage. And so I would strongly urge Dr. Rodriguez and your team to focus that effort. Also, just an early childhood piece, at Robert Small's, they have bedtime in a box. And bedtime in a box is a box of stuff that was provided by basically the folks out in Habersham. And in that box, there is a set of pajamas, toothbrush, toothpaste, mathematic, kinesthetic games, books, and these are given to every parent of the kindergartens that go to Robert Small's, with a instructional piece of this is how you establish a bedtime standard. This is what you use it. This is how you do it. This is how you get the game and become a habit with your child. That's been very, very successful. Lastly, and I'll quit here, we have to understand something that's changed in our culture, in our communities. At the African American History Conference, when we have people come up and talking about their past interface with education, you ask them, where did you learn to read? You learn from their big brother or big sister. They came in and they would come home and they would teach the younger siblings how to read and so on. Those are the days, and you ask them how many kids were in the family. 8, 9 kids. Well, we don't have that anymore. We don't have those older siblings. We have small families. And so it seems to me that child-to-child kind of instruction is very valuable and still could be accomplished if we used our heads and maybe used 2nd, 3rd, 4th graders who would come in and serve as big brothers, big sisters to preschool kids. Just a thought. And I've got some other things, but I'll let somebody.
Thank you. All right, next, Carlton Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson and Dr. Stratus. I have two points, 3 points, and then a question, strategic question. The first point is I was so glad to see that the high income individuals had 412 of the people that you screened also needed support. That refutes the correlation that so many in the public accept that it is necessarily poverty driven. We grew up in poverty. They had fifth grade, mom 11th. They stressed education, even though they did not have the learning and abilities to teach us to find the things that the teachers did. They insisted as a value system, little Carlton could not come home with an F. Not acceptable. And that propelled me and my four brothers to make sure when we went to school, we paid attention. And so where I'm driving with this, I think is what Colonel Geyer said and Master Sergeant Ney has said before. It's really cultural. And I think the school district, you're doing so much, too few people know about it. And so I'll recommend a roadshow that specifically talks about how the school system can structurally fill that gap between birth and 5 and inform the parents that they are the first teacher, because I don't think there's a single parent out there that they know the value of them being a teacher, properly informed, that they would not care about their little. So that's one of the things. The other thing in section 3, I read where there was a discussion of intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. I totally disagree with that, because there was a sentence in there that said teachers are more important than parents. If I accept that, then I got to accept why invest in the gap between 0 and 5.
May I?
Sure.
Sorry.
No. I appreciate that because that was with regard to the classroom. I left that out. And I did want to add to that, it's no different than an internal, external Kaizen, right? I'm in charge of.
Okay.
All right. But that is within the classroom. That was the context for my work.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. May I continue, Madam Chair?
I had the same issue. with
Okay,
that
all right.
sentence.
So
Go ahead.
the other thing in executive corporate programs, you're identified early, like the first 5 years out of college, whether you have it, intuitively, whether you have the grit and the grind, the intellectual and psychological perseverance to fail and get back up. And if you continue saying yes and taking more challenging assignments, keep moving up. Executives get about 2/3 through their career, they've never had a failure. Been successful every step. Stellar students, stellar first 2/3 of their career, and then they are given something they have no mastery of. And they begin to understand mastery, technical mastery is second to leadership ability. When that happens, you have to retrack that executive. You got to take them out of their fast progression and give them a very easy job to rebuild their confidence. Otherwise, you lose. And so that's one of the epiphanies I saw in what you're saying. And I think that's just something for us to be aware of. So the question is, how do we, as Colonel Geyer alluded to, how do we develop strategy and deliverables that fill that birth to 5 gap? Because American society, education, is in the mid-20s now globally. I've hired people who come from very poor countries who their people outperform ours in just the technical problem solved. Culture, we prevail. No other culture comes close to American competitive culture, but that's just the question. How do we fill that gap? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I? 2 items. One is high expectations. There is no excuse. Period. High expectations. There is no excuse. Second is really a productive discourse because you were teetering on it in a business component. Let me let you struggle, help you at that process, descriptive feedback, and let me help you pull from your prior knowledge in order to go forward. That is building that capacity of the educator, letting students or learners know that it's okay not to be successful. How many of you fell off a bicycle when you were learning? You got back on. I know I did. That was a goal. But that's that academic efficacy goal that you have to have that agency of the learner, that they're also part of the process. It is a reforming of the language we use at building capacity of the adult in the classroom, the leader of the building, and the students in the classroom. And we're going in that direction as a system. I have to say that because this is the language that our division uses, and I'm hearing more and more of that language amongst us.
All right. Earl Kimball?
I agree with everything Colonel Gaia and Mr. Dallas said, and he's right. I grew up in a community on Hilton Head where I would say majority of adults probably didn't went past the 8th grade, but they encourage us to get an education. You come home in the afternoon and they would ask you, how did you do in school? You keeping them grades up? That was it. Today, when you talk about the older children coming home and reading to the younger ones, that don't happen anymore. They're too much involved in this. The other thing is that other countries outperform us now because they have a foundation of knowing about education. We don't. If you live in a poor area, nobody has care about you getting an education. And I'm going to say this, it's going to get worse. Because if you look at some of the programs that the politicians are putting in place now, the first thing they're going to attack education, you know? And as far as talking to Ms. Erickson, she was one of our biggest critics when Mr. Gaither started early education in this county. Biggest, and I don't think she's going to change, you know? So that's just my, thank you.
Next is Will Smith.
I'm gonna pick off right where you left off at, Mr. Campbell. Also, we on what day was that? Wednesday? What was that? Wednesday or third? What day was that? We had the luncheon. Wednesday. We had a luncheon on Wednesday. So if any of you state representatives are looking at this, let me see. I'm going to say this at the board meeting publicly too. But it's a shame that we have a luncheon and none of you show up to entertain the teachers who are the kids of this district. So I think that it was a good gesture for one of my colleagues to say that, but in the irony of it, I guess we do have some of these same legislators who have gave support to have our I guess the superintendent to be a part of the state superintendents. So the question is where's the gap at? Where's the mixed emotions at? Because if you couldn't come to hear our teachers, and I'm sure some of them may have had legitimate excuses because life does happen, but I think there could have been some better coordination upon letting people know that you felt that what they do is important. Because there were some people in that room who expressed to me that they thought that they were very they were neglected. So that's on you guys to make the betterment of that. But to get to today's presentation in terms of its entirety and impacted from father birth, my question is, how are we utilizing the resources that we have, and also understanding that just a minute ago, I continue to hear people say that that we've had some resources. Well, but I'm understanding and not being naive that we've had some resources in the past couple of years due to COVID that we won't have moving forward. So, which tells me that we have to strategically move different, and in the next the next, and I'll just say within the next couple of months, and it's been a while now, I've been getting very serious about education that I wasn't before, but wherever people understand in this room and in this county, we have buried about 24 or 25 young people under the ages of 18 within from January 1st of last year to this year, which tells me that there's a direct correlation between education and society. Some of these kids, we talk about these kids acting on it, we talk about these kids not getting it. It's because it's important that they get it from 0 to 5 so that they can pay attention and so that these teachers can teach them. So if we don't get it here, we're going to miss a big chance to educate our kids, because if they don't get the basic skills to help them drive the other skills that they're going to get taught, then we've already missed the bus. So to go to my question is how are we involved in the other resources that are going on across this county? From because when I look at things, sure, you got all these other schools out there, but this should be because it's the public, this should be the hub. Or our slogan was once Beaufort County School District, where we lead the way. So my question is, how are we leading other entities to understand when those kids enter our system where we want them to be, and also how are we getting them actively involved in what we're doing? That's my question. And in terms of some of the Montessori's, the Head Starts, the daycares, those things, how are we actively engaging and how are we interacting with them?
If I may build on that, I think Ms. Hutchinson pointed that out in a similar commentary, that is an area that we need to focus on, having a greater collaboration with the other early childhood sources. She brought forward that our Head Start program is a program that we do work with. So, but with regard to the private entity, and I'm trying to remember who brought it was Colonel Geyer, who brought to have that alignment of what everyone is teaching. She did bring forward that that's an area of improvement that we need to work at. We noted that.
I think there is collaboration that exists and conversations that exist. United Way and the school district work very closely together in that particular space. We have Head Start. They're in our buildings across the school district. Ashley has a lot of coordination with and communication with Head Start. I think you mentioned Early Childhood Coalition.
Yes.
Early Childhood Coalition is another group that we coordinate and collaborate with. I think what we're talking about is this is where we are, right? We've set a strategic plan goal of 75, 75, 92. And what we know is that the Beaufort County School District cannot do this alone. This is going to take the community to get behind 75, 75, 92. All of, Beaufort County School District is funded in the space of really K to 12, which we've expanded into pre-K 4 to 12, right? But the reality is that that birth to 5 space is really not a space where we're really funded to dip into to work, right? So this is the initiation of a conversation around spaces that we need to explore, right? And opportunities to find opportunities where there's possibility to do more, so that the child coming in the door at kindergarten, right, is better prepared for kindergarten, so that we can take them further over their trajectory in the school system, if that makes sense, right? So we know that is a space that hasn't been within our domain necessarily, but we as a system have ventured into, right? but we know that there's more that has to happen within that space. And so, we shouldn't kid ourselves either, right? Because there are different organizations that exist within that space that fill different needs within that space and may be territorial about that space. So the approach about that work is a delicate conversation, You can't just bulldoze into it because those partnerships and collaboration, have to be strengthened, have to be built. And the reality is there are people in those spaces that are funded for those spaces that may be territorial about that space too, right? We're just saying we're trying to get to 75, 75, 92. And in order to get there, we know that this is a space that has to be impacted at a greater level. Part of it too is an awareness for those partners that our trajectory is to get to 75, 75, 92. And what are the needs around kindergarten readiness so that maybe they can be better informed or equipped about what that kindergarten ready student is going to need in order to facilitate their trajectory beyond that 75, 75, 90.
May I add something? If you look, Mr. Smith, on the Beaufort County School District Continuum of Services page, underneath our strategies, target population, it lists our collaborating partners.
Which page is that?
Robin, go to the next slide and one more down. Yes. Oh, one more down. I apologize. Yes. So this page right here shows the strategies that we're currently doing in the district to address the need, the target population, and then the collaborating partners that assist us with those strategies. To Dr. Rodriguez's point, I am told frequently by other early childhood directors, the State Department of Education, Beaufort County has a very comprehensive early childhood piece. Most school districts do not have what we currently have in place. And to Dr. Rodriguez's point, a lot of it is Beaufort County has chosen to fund those and invest in those. We as Beaufort County have identified there's a problem. Just by allowing us to say and have the knowledge to say that 82% of our 4-year-olds are not ready to enter school. So with that being said, is the unfunded part. That's the difficult piece to your question and to Dr. Rodriguez's point is that we already have the need identified and now we've got to figure out with these strategies that we're currently doing, where to go next.
Right, and I do understand that. However, coming from a one-parent home, coming from just my mother, and as the breadwinner of the house, she took a small amount of money and she stretched it out and made things happen. So to me, for the last at least 3 years of my time on this board, I've been nearly yelling out early childhood, yelling out working with other entities. So now I'm to a point where this conversation that we had, I feel this conversation has been had last year. So now I want the evidence to show, as in we should be able to see and look in our kids and be able to see in the community the evidence of what we're talking about. And I'm gonna be candid, I don't believe that we're able to do that today. And for me, that's a problem. So in terms of, I understand what you're talking about in terms of funding, that's all good. But I do know that my mom, we have limited, she has a limited salary, but she made it work. And so I expect this district to do the same, because Beaufort County School District, we have a lot of resources and we have a lot of funding. We have more funding than a lot more districts. So therefore, we should be making headway, and we should be leading the way, because there also, to be quite frankly, there are also some resources out there that we can't get because they say that we have too much funding in this district. So I'm looking for the results, and I'm looking of how are we moving forward? What programs do we have together? what is being done. I'm looking for the evidence in the student in the process of it start to show. Because I just feel like we've been having the same conversation respectfully for a little while now. So I'm kind of looking for the result. I'm in the results column. That's just where I'm at as a person. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just build, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, we have still people who have not commented yet. Ms. Boatright.
I have a comment and then a question. And my comment is, I love the self-efficacy piece. Having 3 kids in the system, the hardest thing you can do is watch someone fail or fall off a bike. But we have a pervasive and toxic cultural movement of safetyism right now. There was a mother that was arrested for allowing her child to bike to the store. And I can't remember the age of the child, but so when you talk about falling off, skinny, or getting back on, that's not happening. And that is showing up in the K through 12 system in the form of IEPs. I know that there are people who have IEPs where they're not required to do homework, or they can get out of tests, et cetera, et cetera. And I was having dinner with some friends in Seattle who are pretty high up at University of Washington. They said 30%, and University of Washington is a top-ranked school. 30% of the students at University of Washington require accommodations in their classwork. 1 in 3. And they are coming out of the American education system. So I like this at the pre-K. I think it's 100%. We got to let kids fall off, fail. They're going to get cut from the team. They're going to not get something they want. And we have to let them, because that's part of the learning experience. And I know that we think that way, but when we're talking about 75, 75, 92, it can be hard to be like, well, to get kids there, do we have, what level of accommodations are we willing to make? Because what worries me is that we actually now allow accommodations on the MCAT, which includes extended time, a private room, additional breaks, extended breaks, right? So, and that if you have anxiety, you are allowed a private, quiet space to take your test. And this test is graded on a curve. So if you don't have those accommodations, and I have a daughter who just took it, she has anxiety, but she's learned to cope with it because she lives in a rice paddy in the middle of Japan. So she's learned to cope with anxiety, but she is competing against people who are getting twice as much time and a private room. And the problem is, you don't want that in a surgeon, right? Because when someone hits an artery and it begins to bleed, you don't want them being like, you know what, I need an accommodation here, right? So we need to prepare our kids for real world. So I'll just say, I would like to hear more about self-efficacy. And I think we need to think about, we have so many kids on IEPs now, and we have so many kids that don't have to do homework. And we have all these kids ending up in our college systems who really are struggling at that level. So that's just kind of a comment from a 30,000 feet American education system. My question for you is, we've got a pretty big database of kids now that have gone through our pre-K program, right? Because how long have we had a pre-K? When did you say it started?
We started, I mean, it was
Like
back
20
in-
years, right? Yes.
Yes.
So are we tracking these kids in our own program and seeing how the impact of our pre-K program is showing up in middle school and high school? Do we have that data available?
So we've actually taken all the KRA from 10 years ago. We were able to get into the file. That was about a week ago. And that process is actually starting to happen, so we can do a longitudinal. Yes, ma'am. We had yes and yes, but that process is actually happening with our Director for Data Services, Brett Fritz. Yes, ma'am. It's going to take some TIME, but he's been able to go 10 years back with the KRA, and that's actually what we want to look at and take a visit. Now, recognize kindergarten readiness is the KRA. That's a state required assessment. So looking at what your readiness was when you came in at kindergarten, okay, and then doing some track work to see where you're at.
Yeah, since we've focused on this now in the last 5 years, I think we're going to see some data. The data is not real clear. The science on pre-K is not super settled at this point. So I think looking at the KRA, but also looking at if they obtained additional advantages in elementary school, did that sustain to the graduation rate? Did that sustain to their success in high school? I'd be really interested to know our own internal numbers.
We'll have a conversation to identify the additional advantages, because now we're taking it almost to a whole dissertation level. Anytime.
All right.
I appreciate that.
David Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you both. Lots of really good information, and it sparked a whole background in my background. So I'm glad to see that we're investigating lots of things. Now, I've been in teacher education forever. We started kindergarten. We're not probably doing enough at the university level. We have early childhood programs, but how are we developing early childhood educators? And how are we assessing their backgrounds, et cetera, et cetera? So I'd like to maybe look into a little more of how are we preparing early childhood folks? And how does that impact what we do in the school district?
Ashley, this is probably a good time with that comment to talk about the
We talked about
classroom
this
at
morning.
Hilton Head Early Childhood Center that we talked about. Go ahead.
Yes. So we recently have partnered with the Community Foundation in Hilton Head and received a grant. What we are doing is we are going to create a early childhood lab observation classroom. It's something that I've wanted to do for years. Dr. Stratus helped tremendously with this. In order for our USCB students, so in partnership with USCB, early childhood teachers to come into the district. And we expanded it not only to USCB, we want to do our current teachers too. So we want to do our existing teachers in our own buildings with this concept as well. But bringing our students in and being able, we're creating a observation area with a window, a one-way window. We are doing the technology piece, so we have two-way talk between what's happening in the classroom with the teacher and the students, the observation in the observation room. And this will be really able to focus on being able to help our teachers learn how to teach through play. So that play-based learning approach, I have found that, that's a skill. You're not always being taught how to teach through play. And that's how our students learn best is through a play-based approach. But the possibilities with this is endless. So it's not only just a focus on early childhood with our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, but we can do behavior management, early intervention strategies, classroom management through this observation type classroom. And so with the grant we received from the Coastal Community I get them confused. Coastal Community Foundation. That this opportunity is going to start happening. So,
Addition, it's something I would be interested in seeing at other facilities that have space to have a behind the glass classroom, right? When I first became a principal, I was at a school site. I was an elementary school site with 1,200 students. And we had a behind the glass classroom, and my instructional coaches utilized that with our own staff in terms of improving our own instruction and our own practice. We had a camera in there that the teachers who would go in and model a lesson then could go back and review their own personal practice and interact, just much like in sports, you watch game film or whatever, and you make adjustments based on that. You can improve your practice by going into one of those classrooms, and you can have that. In addition, we had teachers come in and watch another teacher as well. And what would happen is we would have conversations about the instructional practice taking place, and by doing so, developed our own staff in a very, very successful way. So there's tremendous possibilities with this.
I would add, my colleagues, because I work both in athletics and I also work in coaching education. My colleagues and I put together a format for coaches that work with the 5-year-olds and up. And we're now starting to see kids being brought into sport programs at 4 and 3 and even 2. And we're asking basically adult volunteers who don't have any background to bring them into the sport. So we addressed a number of these by looking at Uri Bronfenbrenner and ecological theory and its family relationships, political environment, other structures that have influences and relationships on the child. So that's been pretty powerful to look at that research over time. There's another educator from Harvard, Edward Hollowell, who developed you're familiar. It's how do we build connections? So it's building a connection to schooling or to whatever it is we're trying to get them interested in. And it's through play and practice and failure and learning how to do. So some level of mastery. And then it's being recognized to build and strengthen the connection. So how are we going through that? We've also adopted, for U.S. Soccer has adopted a concept called play, teach, play. So we use the game to teach and then play. And it's working. So there's a lot of really good stuff in addition to Albert Bandura and Piaget and Vygotsky and all that. I interviewed Albert Bandura as part of a doctoral program. I'm back in the day. Fabulous guy. Absolutely fabulous. So anyway, thank you for exploring all of these things.
I haven't spoken. I think I'm the last one that wants to. Okay, well, I must have gone up. Okay, Elizabeth, you go before me.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, there was an issue with that before. To echo many of the other comments of colleagues on the board, the importance of older children being integrated into the younger classrooms is huge. It's actually a great way for kids to learn. As Colonel Geyer pointed out as well, the reading to younger children, it can also be a way, I think I've mentioned this in prior meetings, for older children with reading issues, or if they're behind, it can also build their confidence to read to a younger class that's perhaps less judgmental. For example, if a third grader's falling behind and they go to read to a preschool classroom or a kindergarten classroom, it boosts their confidence as well as having the younger kids looking up to them. I mean, there's a reason that there is a big brother, big sister program, for example, in larger cities. Those relationships are really important. I'd also touch on the importance of, as Colonel Geyer said, the bedtime routine is so huge because it's great to give parents little pamphlets and leaflets saying, oh, here's the importance of reading. Here's your important role in your child's education. But if we're not showing them how to integrate it into their daily routine, it's going to fall flat. Because just as we've discussed with the test scores, not seeing a difference in terms of income levels, plenty of people who have enough income-wise honestly default these days to technology. So the kids are coming home and getting babysat by a screen, and they're not integrating themselves into their children's education, into reading to their children. So even giving all families that leg up into, here's how you incorporate the importance of the education, the importance of reading into your daily routine. Like, this isn't just a routine for the child. This is a family routine that needs to happen every evening. And they can start little. I'd encourage, starting little, 10 minutes to 15 minutes. And then as they see that their children love story time, maybe it goes to a half an hour or an hour. So that's huge. I'm just echoing the importance of bedtime routine and really teaching parents that routine is so important for our children. The other thing that I just got really excited about was the discussion of the lab classroom. My oldest child was actually in a lab classroom, and I will reach out to Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Stratos and give them contact information. This was in New England, and it was attached to a technology school but they were doing exactly that. They were teaching teachers how to teach. However, there was an observation room, and parents were allowed to be in that observation room. Didn't matter the time of day, there was a separate entrance, so children had no idea the parents were in there. But what that does is shows parents the importance, and it can also show them, oh my gosh, my child's behaving a certain way at school that I didn't realize was part of their behavior, whether it's positive or negative. And those doors were always open to parents, especially the 15 minutes after drop off and the 15 minutes before pickup, that parents could come in and out freely. Otherwise, you had a code you could put in to get into that class or that observation room. But I think that's so important because it's actually leading by example, where the parents are seeing how the teachers are teaching their children. They're able to pick up on behavioral issues or just learn from watching. So that lab environment would be huge for the community in terms of, you know, rearing our educators, but also setting an example for parents. So anyway, that is all. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just have a couple maybe questions, comments. One is, Ashley, first of all, thank you both for an excellent presentation. So you mentioned there are 983 spots available in our pre-K program, and it's for people, or excuse me, for the 4-year-olds that are 50% at the 50, below the 50 percentile in development or have one of these strong risk factors in the home. So do you know how many 4-year-olds are in Beaufort County? In other words, what percentage of the total 4-year-old population would that 983 be?
So what I typically do when I talk about a grade level, I look at the kindergarten grade level. So we serve approximately 14 to 1,500 kindergartners.
Okay.
Okay. So when I'm looking at the how to figure out this number in the data, I take the average number of kindergartners we have, and then the number of children we have screened. Okay, we typically on average screen between 9 and 1,200 4-year-olds. We do not screen all the 4-year-olds. It's because it's a voluntary process. But out of the 9 to 1,200 4-year-olds, that is what 82% of them are qualifying.
Okay. And that's because the ones that you're screening are the ones that are been referred by the pediatrician?
Yes, or come in to, yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we do a rather large media campaign around kindergarten and pre-kindergarten registration. And we encourage all families to come receive a developmental screening, even if parents, you don't know what you don't know sometimes. So we encourage all families to come, and even if there's not a concern, it's still good information for parents to have.
Is the most common developmental delay speech delay or speech impairment?
I wouldn't say it's the most common. I would say that is a problem across the nation. That is not just a Beaufort County problem, but it is a problem. Speech and language in our 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, or our birth to 5 population, is a concern. Speech and language is one of the more common ones, yes. But yes, it's children are not hearing enough language and vocabulary and talked to or with from that birth to 5 age range.
So does the screening that you do also include, or is it done by the pediatrician, or hearing and vision?
Absolutely. So one of the leading causes of preschool developmental delays is hearing and vision. So the district eliminated barriers in this situation. And so we actually have pediatricians in our county who don't have the machines that we have come refer to us. So we have 2 machines, and one is a hearing and one is a vision. The vision machine is a Plus Optics vision machine that takes a picture of the children's eyes and analyzes for 5 different vision concerns. I actually had a pediatrician about a year ago come up to me and say, Ashley, I have never seen so many little people with glasses already. And I said, that's a good thing. That means it's working. The other machine is an OAE machine. And I don't know what those letters quite stand for right this minute, but an OAE machine is the same machine as the newborn hearing screening at the hospital that they receive. So it eliminated the raise your hand when you hear the beep concept. It now just sends those sound waves to the eardrum and analyzes it and then gives us a printout of refer or a pass. Then the child or the family takes the results to their pediatrician and then they get a referral to the specialist.
OAE stands for otoacoustic emissions.
Thank you.
And it is,
I greatly appreciate that.
it is a measurement of the hearing system, but really what the cochlea, which is the hearing organ, emits. So it does not test the entire hearing pathway, which is really important to know.
Yes.
It does not test like the neural connections to the brain. It's a great screening tool because there's no subjectivity to it. It's very objective.
And I didn't mean to interrupt
No,
you.
you go ahead.
The barrier piece to this was when I first came to the district, if you are not aware, for a child to receive a full evaluation for an IEP or any type of special education services, a child has to have a pass on vision and hearing before that evaluation can take place. So what we were seeing was children were not receiving those evaluations because a hearing or vision concern was noted. Well, in Beaufort County, we don't always have the resources to provide a pediatric vision or hearing, so they have to go up to MUSC. Well, if transportation is an issue, or if it's an issue for mom or dad to get to the pediatrician or anything like that. So we purchased these machines several years ago, and we've really seen a difference in order to move those evaluations up and in place so the children can receive their services.
This has also been touched upon, and in preparing for today's work session, to me, one of the most important aspects of student achievement is instilling in that child from day one the value of education. And Carlton mentioned it, Earl mentioned it. That certainly was instilled in me, and I know it was instilled in Dr. Rodriguez from his public speaking engagements. So I think that's a real important thing for our parent educators to get across to the families that they're visiting. Just just value education, because if you keep having that, over and over into your child. As they progress through school, they're going to do so much better. Just like Carlton was told he can't come home with a low grade. Earl said, his family, did you do your homework? I mean, that is what has to be said over and over to a child. And I think the teacher is the most important aspect of classroom learning. Absolutely, the teacher is the most important aspect. But I think more learning goes on at home in terms of globally, just because the child is not in the classroom as much as they are at home and with their family. And I think Ingrid's points about, we are too protective of children nowadays, and that's probably because of the internet and learning about all these bad people out there, bad guys that are doing bad things to children. But in order to succeed, you've got to learn from your failures, or you're not going to succeed. And to never fail is not a good thing, because then you don't know how to handle a failure. It's already mentioned. It's interesting too. So do we also track, one other thing is, do we track what preschools the child attended that comes into our district? Because I think that would be very helpful information, and then that could be utilized in a positive way. Because maybe I know we have excellent preschools in our community that are private. Colonel Geyer mentioned his grandchildren attended one. I think the preschools my kids attended on Hilton Head were excellent. So
yes, we
Okay.
do have capacity when we do that. So we track where children are coming from, not only through the screening process, but then also in Power School. So that is a question during registration of where you attended prior to, and it's actually a state requirement now. It has not always been a state requirement, but it is a state requirement as the registration now.
So then our outreach, could especially be directed to the preschools that you can see. I mean, I don't know, you know, where they could improve.
Yes.
Yeah. And-
With the
and we could get
expansion.
to that sooner.
Yes, with the expansion of the traveling preschool bus group. So we've had a full-time dedicated staff now just to the traveling preschool bus. One of our focuses this year and some of last year has been professional development for preschools and for home daycares. So there in Beaufort County, we still have several home childcare centers. So you are watching 4 or 5 children in your home. We will take the bus to your neighborhood, and we're doing professional development with your staff in the neighborhood, or if the preschool request it, then we are doing that to show high quality learning experiences.
One of my sons attended a home daycare.
Yeah.
And he did great. So I was very careful about who I chose for that home. One last thing with Elizabeth's comments. I actually went to a preschool that had an observation room for the parents too. So it's kind of interesting that maybe it was used to teach the preschool teachers, but this is a long time ago. I know my mom went there and watched what we were doing. So, and I think it's a good point when she brought out, Ms. Hay, that, you know, a parent may not really kind of be cognizant of how their child is behaving or conducting themselves in school, and it may not be conducive to learning, and actually seeing it firsthand as being told about it is totally different.
One of my goals is to do this in 3 locations of the county. So we're going to start with the currently location is Hilton Head Early Childhood Center, and that's where we receive the funds. But I would like to do one in Bluffton and Beaufort as well. So the new Early Learning Center that's been funded through the referendum, we've had discussions about putting an observation room there, and then making sure North of the Broad has one as well.
I know some of the members wanted to make additional comments, so why don't we try to limit it to one comment or question on something maybe that hasn't been covered so far. So, Carlton.
Thank you, Madam. You did that. You cut me off. On the topic of the elected officials, I genuinely believe that they want to improve things in our area, the area in which they are elected. So I want to put that out there. I think the methodology of how you get there varies by where we sit in that particular equation. And I think if we can actually take this information directly to the families so that they understand, I think that will help with the conversion process of helping the elected officials. They will have electoral support as they push this off of the school district into that segment between birth and 5, so that it's funded by our great governments, all levels. And so that would be the thing that I would say. On the classroom media, part of the media training that all of us had to go through who were crisis managers, you were interviewed and you were given a hypothetical crisis, and you had a team and you had to handle it. And what you saw under that stress was so informative of how that individual would tend to operate in those type situations. And then there was a remedial program to help little Carlton understand how better to handle that without, you know, sort of fraying the edges, so to speak. So just want to say that. So that's a good idea. Thank you, ma'am.
Colonel Geyer?
I'd like to shift to the self-efficacy and motivation piece. After 5 years in the Army, I decided to make it a career. And when I decided to do that, I decided I had to learn some stuff. I had to learn the tactics, techniques, and procedures. I had to learn how to teach people to attack the hill and take it and so on. And that was relatively easy with a lot of practice. What was the challenge was motivation. And so learned about how to motivate people. You know, I looked at military history and famous military leaders, didn't get a whole lot. I went to anthropology, learned a lot, especially about Margaret Mead and Jared Diamond and how hunter-gatherers acted and how they motivated their groups. So when you brought this up, I just happened to have gotten exposure to a very, very important piece, because later on in my studies, brain development and how the brain develops was now being charted with CAT scans and looking at development of the brain of young people. And there's a lot of science, and a lot of it has been now proven by new science that I just learned about it's not when your frontal lobe gets developed, but how it gets developed. And I just got exposed to a book by Dr. David Yeager, who's a educator in the state of Texas, and he wrote a book called The Neurological Science Behind Motivating Young People, 10 to 25. That's the name of the book, 10 to 25. I just last night looked at an hour and 20-minute video of this gentleman talking about the motivation piece. I sent you a copy. I sent you a copy. I sent you a copy. This really opened my eyes, and it was a primer on how teachers can motivate students in positive ways that was eye-opening to me. So this really kind of all hit when I read this today. You're right on the right track.
Thank you.
And the data is very, very clear on the impact of motivation and teaching people to be self-efficacy, having that, and learning by making mistakes. Making mistakes should not be, they shouldn't be beat up for that. They should be learning from that and moving forward from that. There's also some unbelievable technology that has to do with mapping an individual's brain to see what's going on, that they have found out for many times, for example, that you're not OCD, you got another issue going on in the brain, and Ritalin's not going to, might cover up the issue, but it's not fixing the issue. And to Ingrid's point, you would be amazed at the percentage of people coming into basic training that feel that they have to be on Ritalin because they've had it all their life. And it's very scary. But I think we've got somebody that's figuring it out on how to address the academic motivation and to capture these folks. This is something that I also sent this to Dr. Worrell at Right Choices, because there's some real good pieces in there about students that are not wired quite right yet. And so this is some really good stuff. I really appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you.
All right, Earl.
First, I want to thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and your staff for the program that y'all put in place. I want to give you an example of some of the programs that have been put in place in this district several years ago. He left already. Miss Dixon, when she was the middle school principal at the Well Branch. And every one of those students that went through there and went to the early college high school, every one of them went to college. Every one of them. The reason that happened is because the parents got involved and support the program that was going on. Today, we criticize some of the programs and say we don't see no results. The reason why they don't see the result because some parents don't get involved. And all you have to do is go to some of these PTO and school improvement council meetings and see how many parents there are there. Me and Mrs. Dr. Campbell went out to our community this past summer to find out how many kids in that community needed some help. And we came up with 25 students. The district provided transportation. Only one student showed up. So you cannot blame the district for the programs that they put in place. Like I said before, if parents don't get involved, it's not going to happen. No way. It's impossible. Thank you.
Mr. Day?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Stratus, when you took over your portion of the presentation, thank you very much for the presentation, both of you. Thank you. You mentioned a lot about culture. And the culture within the school, the culture within our education, the teaching culture, the learning culture, self-efficacy, all that kind of stuff. And I started like, wait a minute, I've heard all this stuff before. And then I started looking it up at the Danielson framework, the four areas of the Danielson framework,
Yes.
came up immediately. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's where I've heard all that stuff. Is this something that we've explored within our system?
So let's drive the bus here. I brought up culture and climate. So one of the foundations that we do put in work is single school culture that is built on the cultural component. The research is from Danielson's work. Danielson also conducted work on teacher evaluation. So kudos, sir. But yes. So single school culture, PBIS, positive school-wide behavior, increments of success, the research of Erica Young, step-by-step reinforcing to make increments of, we don't wait till you get the whole goal done, we give you benchmarks of success. All that is work that we're developing in combination with student services, because I do the component of the academic and getting that praise component, but the school-wide model works collaboratively with student services as well, sir.
Awesome. And then my second point is when we talked about like the mobile school buses, and somebody tipped me off when they were talking about home childcare and home preschools. That is something that happens in the military community a lot. Actually, my daughter, when she was from 2 to 4, she was in a home preschool or home whatever daycare, because that's what we did on military bases. There's always some parent that wants to be a stay-at-home mother and is taking in 3 or 4 kids, and especially on Laurel Bay and on Parris Island. So, has there been any attempts to partner with our military? I mean, we are making bridges and connections with our military partners here in the county. So, have we started branching out towards them?
Yes, we do. So the CDCs on base request the traveling preschool bus quite frequently. The new parent support group, which is housed on the air station, they are part of the Early Childhood Coalition and the universal staffing process. So we refer families to them, and they refer families to us depending on if they're living on a base or they're not living on a base through our home visitation program. But yes, we do. The bus does support the military bases quite frequently.
Smarter people than me. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
One thing I'd just like to, I'm going to put out there, we all keep saying about in terms of the parents must understand, the parents got to get it. I don't think that the parents don't get it. I don't think that the parents don't understand or don't understand. Let me not even say don't. Let me say this. I was blessed coming from a one-parent home that my mama, her profession was education. And actually, she was a teacher assistant, but played the role of a teacher. Let me make that clear. And I too often hear people and my colleagues say, oh, it has a lot of, it's no doubt learning starts at home. There's no question about that. But there are 2 types of learning. Let's be clear about that. One is manners, respect. No hot, cold. Don't touch that. That's that's the part of learning that starts at home. We have, and then you have the second point. The second one is called educators, professional educators who go to school to be able to teach students and to be able to teach them how to learn. Basically, I don't use another word. Basically, to learn how to read and write and do other things. So when we say, it starts at home and we keep putting it on the parents. If we're playing football and we're at the 1 yard line, and you have the head coach, which is the district, and he can't get and the team can't get the ball across the 1 yard line to make the touchdown and win the game, are they going to say, "Oh, it's the offensive coordinator, it's all his fault"? You have the head coach too. So is it because the offensive coordinator didn't call the right call that went by the head coach? Do we then say, "Oh, is all his fault"? Or do we not also say it's the head coach's fault because that 9 times out of 10 that he had the headset on or he saw that play came by him. He could have stopped or he could have called timeout and said, "Hey, let's run another play." Ms. Smith, why are you saying this? Because it takes a team. We cannot continue to keep throwing the can down the bucket down the road and saying that it's on parents. We have to come up with a creative, strategic way how to get the parents involved. Because this is a team thing, and getting parents involved is very hard. I talk to parents all the time, so I understand. I understand the plight that we have because it is very important to get parents involved. But to sit up here continuously and saying, "Well, I've heard certain people said that this, or I've heard, I've been to these meetings and the parents listen." That's the way. That's the world that we live in. We ain't gonna change that. The question is. As in someone just tell me, either you're gonna be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. Okay, well, the question is, how do we get them actively engaged? How are we engaging the parents? How are we telling them how important it is, or how are we trying to help them out? What are we coming up with to get the parents involved, meeting them where they are? Because there's a lot of places that their parents was going that they're not going to currently. So are we trying to help educate parents and show parents what actually get them engaged to the educational process? That's just some food for thought. And some people may not like it, but I get tired of hearing, and everyone has an opinion. But also, I've had parents and people who come to me and say, "Listen, why do people sit there and say like their parents don't care?" I've had people who come to me several times who continue to come to me and say, "Why do you and why do you have to?" Boy, I said, "No, not me," because I understand that parents can't always get there. But parents, I do understand that parents must show that they care about their kids' education too. I understand that they're two sides of the spectrum. So within that, that's just some food for thought. It takes a team, it takes a village, and we have to figure out how we can collectively get parents actively engaged in kids' education, and that we both can do certain things. Because once again, teachers are professional educators, and they get paid to teach students the learning process. And that's why they are the professionals, and parents are parents, because that they bring those kids into the world, and that is those are their kids. So it takes us both to get the job done. Thank you.
Ms. Middleton.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Mrs. Smith, thank you for using that analogy of football. You said, the blame should go not just on the offensive coach, but the head coach. And I see parents as being the head coach. And I take that, I'm going to tell you my story. My mother was married to my father at the age of 17. She dropped out of high school. My father's 5 years older than my mother. He had just come back from Vietnam. A year after they were married, at 18, she had me. My mother was the head coach. I learned how to read and write by the time I was 3 years old. When I went to kindergarten, my kindergarten teacher would let me lead some of the reading groups, especially because I was in the top reading group. So she would let me lead some of the reading groups. And I guess that's where my teaching career began. But we're not, I don't think we're saying that it's a negative thing. I think you're saying that we negatively say that parents are not involved. I do believe they are involved at the level that they know how. But no, well, we don't always say that, but here we go. Parents are involved at the level that they know how to be involved. And then what we need to do is we need to help them to get more involved and help them to understand the urgency of education and the urgency of having their children in preschool or, you know, in any of our early learning programs. So we have to teach that. And I think they've done a great job in drawing parents in. You know, they have the bus that goes around, they screen, because hey, I've seen the kids come at the beginning of the year lined up in the hallway, and parents are bringing them to screen them. I've been here during that time. But I just want parents to know that I see you and I know that you're trying at the level that you are. And my mother tried at the level that she was. She was my first educator. And I read very well. I have 4 degrees. She told me after the second one, you can stop now. God rest her soul. But I give her kudos because she didn't even finish high school. She was like, I don't want to do school anymore. I'm just going to be a parent and a wife. And she was very successful. She owned businesses. I mean, she worked in different areas in our community and was very active. But she was my first teacher. She was the head coach. And I see the teachers being the offensive coaches. I see the teachers filling in the gap. So I just want us to continue. I don't want this to be negative. I just want us to go forward to try to get more children to come to school and to help parents to get them there. I think we are. I think, you know what? I've been on this board for 4 years. Okay. This is my last go round. So let me go ahead and speak my piece.
That's right.
I think we've done an excellent job in the last 4 years I've been on this board. Matter of fact, the second year that I was on this board, me and Mr. Campbell and Colonel Geyer were here for a luncheon. I think it was some type of award luncheon. And I asked Mr. Campbell, I said, Mr. Campbell, what do you think about the board right now? He said, this is the best board I've served on in my entire career. You remember that conversation? And I was like, what? And that was during COVID. I said, you kidding, right? He was like, no, this is the best. And that resonated with me through the hardest times because we had some hard times on this board. But the one thing that I noticed, and I said this before, and I'm going to say it again, and even if it's the last time you hear my voice, this board has been the most cohesive board that Beaufort County has ever had that has worked with the superintendent and his staff. And we have worked hard, and they have come far. They have come far. When I was in the classroom here, all HELL broke loose with the board. All those years. I came here in 2012 and I called the Island Packet, excuse me, Island Packet, but you can quote me on this. I call you the Island Inquirer because that's how I found out all the dirt about the school board and about the school district. It was bad. It was really bad. But this board, this school district, this superintendent, this staff have come a long way. And our children have come a long way. And our parents have come a long way. And that makes me so proud. So proud. Because we're doing better than most. Believe me. But that's it for me. That's my piece. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Watts. Dr. Watts. I needed some H2O. Dr. Watts and board members, second presentation for today. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. And hello, Ms. Chloe. Love the red. So this second presentation actually is an update on our school enrollment. You have a quick summary. It is a one-pager that I'm sharing with you. So the first part in here, actually, on the executive summary is the national student enrollment. I wanted to bring to your attention that since COVID, there has been a national decline of enrollment in public schools. The recognition of that is what? Well, when we were closed as a nation, other avenues for schooling opened up. Since that time, we've also had a significant increase of charter schools nationally. We've had political shifts on the opportunity of using public dollars for private enterprise. Many of those opportunities have actually gone back and forth into litigation. So I want to take you to the second row, which gives you our trend from 2022, 2023. Enrollment of 21,465 students. And I want to share that this is a snippet for that day. When this is reported to the state, enrollment may fluctuate up and down. And let's take total notice that normally our enrollments actually increase come January as another flux of people moving into our community happens. 2023, 2024, our enrollment was 21,492. 24, 25, this is on our 45-day. Each one of these is 21,058 students. I wanted to bring to your attention the national influences on public school enrollment, if that is identified within the next area. So 19 school choice laws were enacted last year in 17 states, including South Carolina and Florida. We're aware of that one law has gone through litigation, which these states have seen a decline of students enrolled in public school. As part of the push for school choice, states are eliminating income limits and eligibility requirements, allowing higher income families to receive benefits. In both the first row and the second row, I gave you the citation of the information. You could actually just put in those sites into your search browser. I know for you, it's not a hyperlink in your document because it's a dead document, but you could just type that in. You'll be able to get right to those sites to get the research that is cited here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Colonel Geyer?
I like competition.
Mm.
I'm a capitalist, always been a capitalist. I think competition is good. I like to have competition on the same even playing field. Our charter schools have some advantages that I wish we had. We're not going to get them, and that's just the way of the world. We need to spend more time advertising what we have. And let me give you an example. My two grandsons were in Cusall Elementary School. Great school. Was then and is still now. We tried to get them into Riverview Charter School, but we're not able to make it to the lottery 3 different times. So Bridges Charter School started up, and this is kind of the shiny penny. You got to reach for the shiny penny. Go try this new school. They were in that school for 2 years. And they moved him out and over to Ladies Island Middle School. Now, why was that? Very simple. Both grandchildren were not challenged at Bridges Charter School. Why? Because they didn't have honors programs. They did not have athletics. They did not have extracurricular activities that they got at Ladies Island Middle School. The youngest grandson is precocious, I guess is a good word to say it. He had the same teacher for 2 years. He was the smartest kid in the class, knew he was the smartest kid in the class, and was a wise ass. as a result. So he went to the Ladies Island Middle School. And there he met on the soccer field that they didn't have at Bridges, a young man who was also on the robotics team, which they didn't have at Bridges Charter School, who was smarter than he was. And that was very humbling for that young man, very good for that young man. They were classmates, graduated together. He's at MIT and Carson's at Clemson. So they both did well. But had he stayed in Bridges, he would still be a jerk. I'm convinced. Because the economies of scale that Ladies Island Middle School had honors courses, it had other programs that the charter schools can't match. And so I had a guy come into the county, and he was at a club that I'm in, and he said, yeah, I put my kids into Beaufort Academy. Why'd you do that? Oh, because they're better. Really? How did you judge that? Well, I just see nothing much about the public schools, but Beaufort Academy, well, that's a private school, and yeah, it is. And it's not a bad private school. But it doesn't have what the public school systems have. You realize that? No, I didn't, because we didn't tell him. I told him about what we had. In a competition that we're in, we're going to have to market the public schools. The piece you gave us, the latest thing, what did you call that?
Talk about the yellow booklet.
The
Community
report and so on. That needs to get out to everybody. We need to get a wide distribution on that, because that's how we're going to grow our enrollment. That's how we're going to start to see people leaving charter schools like my two grandsons did to go to the public schools, because we've got to be out front. Our athletic programs are infrastructures. Nobody has the weight rooms. Nobody has the gymnasiums that we do. No one has the one-to-one technology. You go into the classrooms of these charter schools, they don't compare to the classrooms that we have. So we've got to get out front. Now, the growth is coming here. And I live down the road here where we have a big subdivision going in and a big apartment complex coming in. And as I drive out in the morning, I see more and more kids at the public school bus stop. And that's just we're going to get growth here. But we want to make sure that we get growth coming to the public schools, because we tell people, especially new people coming in, part of the in-processing for a new person, they have welcome wagons. We ought to have a welcome to Beaufort County Public Schools and give them that information of the kind of programs that we offer. So I urge the district to put on a marketing campaign to handle this enrollment issue. And don't say, well, it's all the charter schools' fault. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's our fault, because we're not telling people what we got.
Ms. Boatright.
Colonel Gar, I could not agree more with what you're saying. In my personal experience, my children went to St. Francis Catholic School for middle school, and then the public high school. We moved to Hilton Head for the IB program. We were looking at Bluffton, we were looking at Hilton Head, and that was the deal breaker, because at that time you couldn't get into Hilton Head High if you weren't zoned in there. So the only thing is to follow up on your comments. I think there's a couple of things. We can market all we want, but the obsession that the society has right now on standardized test results is killing public schools. Because the first thing you do when you're looking to buy a house is you pull up Zillow, Niche, and the scores are right there. And I'm not saying we need to not pay attention to the scores, but what we need to do, I think, in a lot of ways is emphasize that, yes, we have students that we are very committed to helping them from pre-K through 12. That's one part of what the school does. The other part the school does is we have gifted and talented. We have kids going to MIT. We have kids going to Harvard. We have DECA. We have World, and we're not doing enough of that in this boardroom. We need to talk about gifted and talented AP, because at the end of the day, I'm a business owner and I'm a parent. And what I want to know is what school system is going to best prepare my child for the rapidly changing workforce, right? And that's why I'm passionate about technology, because in the field I'm in, technology is taking over like a wave, like a tidal wave coming in. And it's just, everyone's scrambling to keep up. So I think that one thing that we can do as a board is dedicate time and resources and direct staff to help kids who are in third. We spend a lot of time on third grade test scores, right? But we also need to highlight and demand information on what are we doing for kids in high school. Arts program. We lost a lot of kids out of Hilton Head High because the arts program tanked and they went to Hilton Head Christian. Hilton Head Christian has a thriving arts program. So I think we need to look at those other pieces, and that comes from the board's direction as well. That just has to be a part of it, because it's not a question of marketing. If you look at a school and you see that 70% are not reading on grade level, there's no billboard, there is no welcome wagon in the world that's going to say, but we've got these athletics, and that's just immediately parents are going to hit the road. So it's just the reality of the situation. And I agree. I put my kids in the public high school, in my opinion, and this goes back to that safetyism thing. 85% of the grades at Yale last year were A's. 85% of grades in every course were A's. That's not good for us as a society, and that's not good for us as parents. So what I want is a school program that challenges my kids. I secretly laugh when he comes home and he's like, I can't, I've got all this work. And I'm like, sorry, bud. But I'm glad, because IB, and I'm a big IB advocate, has an 80+% college persistence, which is another metric we never talk about and that parents need to hear. You can get your kid in to a school like Berkeley, and that's where my daughter went. And a lot of kids drop out of Berkeley because they went on an AP program. They didn't have to do homework. The teachers told them they were fabulous, and charter schools and private schools will do that more so than a public school. And when they got to actually having to do the work, it was too hard, and they either dropped out or they dropped rigor. So public schools have a tremendously higher rate of college persistence, actually graduating from an MIT or a Berkeley or a Clemson, and also not dropping rigor. So if you went in pre-med, you stayed pre-med. If you went in engineering, you stayed engineer. You didn't drop rigor on that. So I think those kind of messages need to get out, but we really need to, in the board, spend a little more time talking about all the things that we are doing to get kids ready for college and career readiness. And I think if we do that, we will see a huge shift back, because these charter schools, I think that they have their strengths and weaknesses, but the public school system, in my opinion, would be the superior choice every time if messaged correctly out of the gate. Thanks.
Victor and then Earl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With our drop of almost 400 students, I think at some point we have to come to terms. Is the product that we are producing as a school district competitive with the other people that are in the space? To borrow the word that superintendent used. So we have to. Are we there? Are we there? Are we competing with all these private and charter schools? And I say that we are, but I don't think. We I think, are still in the window where we can blame COVID for stuff, but we are soon approaching where we can't blame COVID for a drop in this or test scores low or drop in enrollment. It's like every politician blaming their predecessor for their problems. At some point, we got to own it and say, okay, Here we are, 4 years, right now at this point, we're 2 years past COVID, so we're still dealing with it. I get it. But if we're 4 or 5, how many years are we going to be able to play that card and tell parents while we're trying to court them for enrollment? How long can we play that card and say, this isn't our fault that enrollment's dropping? I don't know how long that is, but I think it's going to come eventually. But we also brought up some very good points. We have a communication brief coming up soon, and I bet you Dr. Bruder is probably chomping at the bit to show us what she's going to do to promote our school and get that message out, just to promote our district. So I'm excited about that. But I just want to say that at some point we got to stop blaming COVID, because it's starting to get old, in my opinion. Thank you.
All right, Earl.
Yes, I think when these real estate agents, they don't see the whole picture. And the reason I say that is because when you talk about test scores, you have to look at how the state come up with these test scores. You had a middle school principal the other day, 2 points, but you classify the whole school as failing, and that is wrong. You know, they don't. Will Branch early college high schools send many of their students to college. Now, I'm not talking about this state college, but college all over this country. You know, but I think there's an attitude in this county that private schools are doing better. When we built Beaufort High School, many of the students that went to Beaufort Academy went to Beaufort High School. Many of them did. So, you know, the real estate companies don't see the whole picture. They're not getting the whole picture. They want to sell houses. They could care less about test scores. But that's something that they use to make their profit. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
In just a minute. Mr. Smith was next, I guess.
Oh,
Okay. Mr. Dallas.
yeah. The school district is marketing, and they do an excellent job digitally and through social media. The amount of information that goes into the public is absolutely, it's amazing, really. The challenge is that humans are social animals, and we like to talk to people. In the school district, and Dr. Rodriguez and his team in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks max, has actually gone to very key influential groups, the Hilton Head Area Realtors Associations, and he and his team made presentations of about 30 to 45 minutes. They distributed booklets, and my phone lit up the next day about what people were seeing in those yellow pamphlets that you are now distributing, which have been enlarged so older people like myself can read it a little bit better. And then yesterday, they presented to Hilton Head Plantation, which has 10,000 of the 37,000 people that are on Hilton Head Island. I'm president of that POA, and we represent 28% of the voting population on Hilton Head. Our year-round residency is 85%. So people live there, they're close to the schools, they're sending their kids to our schools. They have a very good perception of what's going on, and they're extremely excited about what Mr. Otting and his team and others are doing to build a new school. The picture shown yesterday, again, topic of discussion. That pamphlet, yesterday after that presentation, I took 50 copies as requested by the Hilton Head Area Realtors Association. They're going to put them into every new sales package when one of their realtors has someone who says, tell me about your school district. So those are the types of things that are high impact. They really consume a lot of time. So kudos to the staff for actually hitting the road and doing a road show. But those are the types of things. And what I would sort of challenge my fellow board members is to lead that parade. All of us are elected officials. We got elected because people believe in us. They trust us. So when you speak, you can assemble a group who will come listen and invite the school district and their traveling caravan, say it with great praise, to present and leave those materials behind. And I think your phone's gonna light up too. So just wanted to share that. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Smith?
In terms of some of these things that my colleagues have said, I definitely do agree with it. And thanks for this 45-day count. But also, I think that this should also be moved to the regular business meeting as well. In terms of this is a good place to have an in-depth, a conversation like this. But I think this is also something that should be on the main meeting schedule, or I should say agenda. But so that everyone in the community can know, because I've had several people who've asked about this and asked me what are our numbers. But in the meantime, like I said, I do agree with a lot of what some of my colleagues have said in terms. When someone recently asked me about the public schools and the charter schools and what was my perception and how are we taking, or one they said, well, how y'all taking it here personal? I said, well, you know what? One thing about life is that you have options. Every day that you wake up and your foot hit the ground, it's the first thing, that's a blessing that you woke up that day and someone else didn't. The second thing is that you have the option to get to decide where you go, how you do what you want to do. And thirdly, I've heard in terms of what we were talking about in terms of the campaign and communications and all of that. Well, from my understanding, we do a heck of a lot of communicating within certain pockets in certain villages, and especially these realtors. And me personally, where I'm coming from, the realtors are almost like nightmares in my community because in terms of gentrification, as of someone who's been born and raised in Beaufort County. And just last night talking to a couple friends of mine who went to school. And actually, a couple one friend, just a couple people we were working out together, and they all were just talking about how the realtors have put Beaufort on the map as per se, and how the cost of living in Beaufort is so high, and that they're raised up and live in Beaufort, and heck, some of their parents are pretty well, and they begin to express that Beaufort is becoming like Charleston because of the realtors, and that heck, they can't even afford to stay in there. One of them was saying that he lives, that heck, I live with my mother because they're talking about me getting out, and I want to get out, but they couldn't afford it. So I don't mind us, I don't say I don't mind. It's good that we talk, but also when we talk to these realtors, have these conversations too. And yes, we can run a campaign about what we have, but every fitting ain't for every kid. Yes, Beaufort County, yes, sure, we would like to serve all the kids, and as someone else said, yeah, we like the competition. but at the end of the day, is at the hem of it, I believe is that apparently, as one of my colleagues said, when the art program went to another school in this county, then some people followed it. So some people begin to get a specialty in certain things. But I do believe that people are going to go where they want to go where they see fit for the betterment of their kid. Yes, that's going to happen. But at the end of the day, as a public school sector, I believe that these other entities, and when you look at the time frame of them coming in, was, I believe a lot of them came in during the COVID epidemic, or however you want to put it. And let me conclude by just go ahead and saying this. The climate of where we're at in this economy, I'm just saying, people have options. And in the perspective of people have options, I believe that we continue to do what we do, but also continue to let's get to some different parents and different groups and to advertise what we have. But I don't think that spending money is the answer, because from what we've just heard from certain colleagues here, we already have campaigns that go on throughout the year, several times a year, and advertising what we have. And as Mr. Dallas just ironed out so elegantly about them speaking to the Hilton Head plantation yesterday. We can do all of that. People are still going to make the decisions that they want to make for their kids. I think is that we continue to do that, but putting money into education, I think, is more importantly than telling people and going around and putting money into advertisement of our district, because at the end of the day, it's about results. It's about educating the people who want to be here, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have a little bit of swag for you guys. And you can see the community report card that Colonel Geiger was talking about. Yes. We'll try to be efficient here. I know you're probably ready for lunch soon. The communications department is super excited to be here today and talk to you about our restructuring of our department. We're very thankful to Ms. Crosby and to Ms. Walton's departments for helping us make this happen. This is going to definitely assist the district in meeting some of the things that you guys have been talking about even this morning. So we're going to talk a little bit about why we're restructuring, how it relates to the strategic plan. I'm going to have my team here. You all pretty much know what I do, but I really want you to hear directly from my team today. And then we're going to talk about the benefits of the restructure and some summary and a little bit of next steps, and we'll take some questions. And we also have a little activity at the end that we're excited about as well. In terms of the restructure for the communications department, this initiated via a couple of ways. So we definitely took to heart the things that you board members had talked about, Colonel Geyer, William Smith, and Mr. Dallas especially, in terms of engaging the community. And our communications audit that we had presented at a previous work session, it basically said that as well. They worked with focus groups, did surveys, and engaging folks in the community was a top need of ours. Also, in terms of our restructure for our department, it's going to help with the communication flow, obviously engagement, and our operational efficiency, which we're really excited about that as well. And we are super excited for the new strategic plan because there is an engagement pillar in which we have an important piece. So speaking of the engagement pillar, so today we're going to talk about how this restructure, these positions and the duties associated with them are going to align with these initiatives. So Strategic Initiative 2.2 is aligning new and existing community and parent partnerships. For the purpose of this presentation, we're talking about community partnerships, volunteering, business partnerships. The parent piece is
more out of Dr. Stratos's shop with initiatives by Nakia Campbell, who works closely with the parent liaisons, but obviously we're going to coordinate with ISD as appropriate. In terms of 2.3, this is ensuring staff, families, students, and the community have timely access to information and engagement opportunities. So I think at the end of the day, all of the things that we're going to talk about with the restructure, it's going to have a positive impact on our stakeholder relationships and the district perception. And that's a little bit of what, what you guys were talking about here earlier. So the first role that we're going to talk about is the external engagement and strategic communication specialist. The big focus with this role is enhancing community and stakeholder engagement through strategic planning, volunteerism, and business partnerships. And I'm going to have Ms. Casper come up and talk to you about some things she's going to be doing. I want to tell you, Ms. Casper has been with the district for, I think, about 7 years now. She is someone who is behind the scenes a lot, but a definite asset to our department. She is a strategic thinker. She will always be upfront with you. If you give her something to review, she'll poke holes in it. Everybody needs someone like Kristen on their team for that reason. And it's like Kristen to come up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. So, as Candace mentioned, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. For everything I do is going to be related to strategic pillar 2.2 specifically, starting with strategic communication planning. So that I was fortunate enough and very excited to be on the strategic planning committee when we developed the 5-year plan, and I'll remain on that committee. And I have started actually working on a strategic plan for our department as an extension of the strategic plan itself for the district. So I'll be doing that and making sure everything we do touches on this 5-year strategic plan, as well as address some of the audit findings that we've received. Part of that will be providing reports. I'll be pulling reports for regular strategic plan updates that you guys will be receiving. We'll be using them for our internal meetings to make sure that we're on track. We'll use them for our annual OEs as well as the superintendent's evaluation. The next thing, we got volunteer program management. We know our volunteers are there in our school, but we don't have a overall district-wide program in place. So I will be working to support our schools with their volunteer needs, finding those volunteers for them, getting with them on what they need, what do our volunteer coordinators need as far as support, what do the schools need volunteer wise, where are the volunteers, and I'll assist schools in finding them. We currently have a volunteer database that is Raptor. That has every school has access to Raptor. That's how we screen our volunteers and how they come in. There is also part of Raptor, they have an event section. So I will be helping support schools in uploading their volunteer events and volunteer needs and getting those outward facing to our potential prospective volunteers. Then we have our business partner management program. Again, we know our businesses are in our schools. We're going to develop a district-wide business partner program so we can, again, help support our schools in the work that they are doing in finding business partners. And then that part of that is also recognizing those business partners and keeping them engaged. So they're not doing one thing in one school and then they're done. We're going to hopefully keep them connected. Part of that, I'll get a list of who is currently in our schools, what they're doing. I'll put that in a Google spreadsheet for right now. That'll be accessible by all departments that may need access to that. And then eventually, as we have our comprehensive list, we can look into getting some kind of database or software database. We're going to develop a menu of giving That's kind of the structure of this business partner program. So a menu of giving items could be under increased academic achievement by tutoring in our schools. It could be career awareness with offering internships for academic credit. Could be things like being a mentor or a club advisor. And then eventually we'll look into a monetary scale of giving in the form of sponsorship packages. And then the last thing on my little slide here is the community engagement and special projects. So you should have heard of Beaufort County School District University by now. We're in our second class for that. It's going well. That was designed to kind of like the Leadership Beaufort through the chamber. It's similar because we invite these folks in. They learn about what we do on a big level. Most people that come in don't know the decisions of why we do what we do and all the fine-tuned points. So they come in, they get presentations by every department in the district, and then they graduate with a reception, and they're ambassadors from then on. So they can say, hey, I learned about this at BCSDU. This is, how this piece works. This is why this decision was made, because they have to. They are tied by federal law, or as an example. And then also like special publications. So you all have copies of our community report card. I pull the content, and then Molly Mercado makes it look really good. So I will continue to do any kind of special publications like that, as well as review anything. That's a favorite of mine. I like to review documents that come in. So if any department has anything that they need reviewed or edited, I'm happy to do that as well. That's it in a nutshell, I think.
Yep, thank you. I wanted to say too, Ms. Casper and I talked to the state this morning. We've been in conversation with them. They're launching a volunteer platform as well. So they have and they're going to kind of use us as a pilot and get our feedback as they go through their process. They launched this week. They're doing a really soft launch, a website that has volunteer opportunities at all the districts. Like you can pull up a school and see things, right? I'm not a school, a district, and see the needs. It's very, very rudimentary right now. They're kind of in the same process that we are in getting it all going. But I think it's going to be a nice opportunity for us to collaborate with them as well. And so the next position we're going to talk about is, which I'm super excited about, is our internal engagement and event specialist. This role is going to bridge gaps in staff communication. And just this position is really important just for staff morale. So people feel like they're informed, they're part of the process. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Pennington. We're happy to have Dr. Pennington. She's also certified, and it's really great for us to have someone who's been in the classroom in the communications department. So, Dr. Pennington.
Good morning. So you'll see that a lot of what I do falls under strategic plan 2.3 with that internal engagement. So one of the big things that I've been working on since coming over to the communications department is producing and distributing an internal district newsletter. So a lot of our schools send out their own community newsletters with their strategic school news that's going out. They also send out a staff newsletter. But this newsletter actually goes to our employees across the district and provides them with updates of what's happening throughout the district office and all of our different departments. That way that they can stay abreast of everything that's happening and be the first to know the news before it goes out to the public. And we've already done 2 months of that newsletter. We're working on December's issue right now, but we try to get that out at the beginning of the month. That way they have that information in a timely manner and can use it as they see fit. I'm also working on enhancing positive staff news and achievements. So any celebrations that happen within our schools, with our staff, with our students, highlighting that, sending out notices so that we can celebrate those wins across the district. So often what we hear falls back into the negative side of things. So we really want to enhance that positive element, keep people thinking Beaufort County is a great place, because it is. And also working on creating and managing the middle school teacher ambassadorial marketing campaign. We've noticed that a lot of our communications and involvement drops at that middle school area. It's that hard point to reach students, to reach that engagement, and then it comes back during high school. So we really want to work with our middle school teachers in order to highlight the great and wonderful things that are happening within their schools. And our plan, as we look into a new two-way communication app in the future, is to have those middle school teachers involved as ambassadors to really build up and market that program from the ground up before expanding it to our elementary and high school areas. Another area in which my position falls is the professional development and leadership, which is where I get to bring in those elements from being in the classroom. So working on district-wide communication, development programs, professional developments, and providing that training to teachers, staff, faculty throughout the district. Right now, I'm working on doing an audit of the school communications, the newsletters that are going out, like I previously mentioned, seeing what's working, what's consistent across all our schools, and developing a best practices booklet for our schools to utilize so that we're getting a consistent look across all of our schools. I also manage the intranet. That's our staff portal where teachers and employees can find the information pertaining to the meeting space calendar, the finance information that is not available on the public-facing internet. Also, I work on event management and coordination for our Principal of the Year, Teacher of the Year, Administrative Professionals Day, excuse me, so that those events go smoothly, are exciting, and something that those individuals look forward to attending. And I also serve as a collaborator between the various departments within the district office and the communications department. So a lot of people stop by my office to provide updates from either ISD, student services. That way we can get that information out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pennington. The next person I'm going to introduce you to is Miss Godley. I think a lot of you know Miss Godley from various events that she has put on that are tight and organized and wonderful events. Miss Godley has been a great addition to our department, and she is top notch, I will tell you, and has such an amazing work ethic. She's just been great. So Ms. Godley will tell you a little bit about what she does. She's a former reporter, which has also come in really handy for us on many levels.
I guess I'll say good afternoon at this point.
Good afternoon.
So in my role as the Digital Communications and Public Relations Specialist, my job mainly supports Strategic Initiative 2.3. I will still be continuing the FOIA process, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is responding to those requests, collecting the documents and sending those out, as well as updating the FOIA log on our website, making sure that that's all public and updated in a timely fashion. I'll also help Candace with public relations and media coordination. So drafting and distributing news releases internally and externally, while also coordinating media coverage and media interviews, maintaining those and watching how they perform. I'll also work with individual schools on coordinating positive news, and I'll tell you a little bit about how I plan to do that a little bit later. But another initiative I'm working on is ramping up district photography. Something I noticed was we have a lot of good videos and video coverage of big events, but we didn't really have any still images to use and things like the community report card or different presentations like this. So that was one thing I really wanted to work on, was just making sure we do have a good photo archive that shows our students and what we have here to offer. I'm also going to manage the website, or am managing the website, and working on ADA compliance. So this is just updating the district website. This is anything that the public sees. I know that Kelsey mentioned the intranet. This is the forward facing. So I am going to meet with departments and try to update the internet. There's a lot of things on there that are out of date. So working and making sure that those PDFs that are there too are also accessible. I know that Molly Mercado and Colleen, is back there, they've also been very integral in kind of creating a plan and process for how we are going to update the website and make sure that everything is accessible. I also will be training webmasters on how to use Finalsite and make sure that they are aware of ADA compliance. Digital presence and social media. Ron and I will work very closely with this. This is managing our Twitter or X, Facebook and Instagram. Also kind of a plan we have in place is, I'm working on this now, but a BCSD newsroom. I think we're going to call it BCSD Engaged. My plan for this and kind of what we talked about is to have all of the good news that is out there linked in one spot so everyone can view it. So it would be all of our news releases in the news. So good news that's shared by WSAV or WTOC or the Island Packet, things like that. Also a section for meeting kind of like our district of the year. So obviously we'll have a place for the superintendent, his bio to live, but then also updating it every year when we have a new district teacher of the year, support staff of the year, school counselor of the year. Basically having as much good news as we can in one location. And then another idea I had, and this will be a little different from what Ron does now, but it's a spotlight series. So working with the schools and figuring out kind of what those niche stories are to tell that we haven't told. So anything that's kind of unique about students that are in the school, a program in the school, teachers or athletes, those types of things. I'm thinking it would be like a monthly type series that would get shared on social media, but then again is housed in this one place. I also want to have a in the community tab, and this will be highlighting anytime Dr. Rodriguez speaks at different speaking engagements, or I've spoken with the recruiters and talked about maybe them getting some pictures when they go to different places around the state, places that were just in the community. So I think this will be really good for good news, obviously, but then at the end of the year, we'll be able to kind of report out and see what we've done throughout the year. So that's a little bit about what I'm doing.
Thank you. And one reason I'm really excited about this BCSD Engage, this new news hub on the website, is that we don't have to rely on traditional media to get our good news out. We'll have a central location. We can send like Hilton Head Plantation, like whoever does their newsletter, we can send them a link to that they can just drop into their newsletter. So it's things, I think this is going to be super helpful on that. The next person I'm going to introduce who really does not need an introduction is Ron Lopes. And his role is going to improve our district media strategy. I think one of the best things about Ron is that his stories are told really, really authentically. Everyone loves Ron, and for good reason, and I'm going to let Ron speak to you now.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Most of what I do falls under 2.3. One of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to work closely with Molly on that hub page, that news hub page. I'll be uploading my videos there. Things we find we'll put there. And I'll also assist her with her Engaged in her little segments that she does, gather stories for her video, write scripts together, edit for her, whatever she needs. So we'll be working closely on that news hub kind of page once we get it all going. Also with social media, new this year is we've been trying to reach out to different people and try to get some kids more involved as well. So we started to make reels. So I make shorter versions of what I do. Usually they're like around 30 seconds, 20 seconds. And with the reels, you can set it to reel music because Instagram owns the music and Facebook. So I go back through and I try to find, when I record, it's like for a TV, but then I got to make it fit the phone for a reel because it's got to, most people watch them on their phones. So I format it back and I try to find the best shots that go in that. And I set it to music and we put them out. And it's just kind of like almost like a trailer or just a quick little snippet of that other video. And they're, like I said, they're usually around 30 seconds long. And kids usually like them because it's real music and it's faster pace and all that stuff, and it will pop up on their feeds and things like that. And we have noticed on Instagram we've added a bunch of followers, and we have also it was like 2 months or 3 months, we looked back and we had about 80,000 views, and we just started this. It was the first day of school was like the first one we did. So we've been trying to reach out that way. As for community engagement videos, I make these a lot and I continue to. A lot of times whenever schools bring community members in, a lot of times they have me come to highlight what they're doing. CUSA just had a career day last week, so I was there to kind of highlight that. Hilton Head Middle School is currently doing a STEM workshop with the fire department, and it's like a 3-day kind of video I'm making with them where they're showing the STEM of firefighting, not just like the hands-on, but they're going more into like the technology they use as well as that stuff. So I've going back there 3 times to kind of highlight that. But I do a lot of videos with the community events and with people in the community and businesses, and we'll continue to push those out as much as I can. And then the last thing is with the education conferences, a lot of times people want videos for if they're speaking at conferences, educators, teachers. So sometimes I remake some videos for them, or sometimes they want me to make a video specific for what they're talking about. And I've done that before. And I'll also try to work when Dr. Pennington's doing stuff, when she's kind of training webmasters, if they need some help with videos, talking about recording, maybe editing techniques, whatever I can do is to try to get them so they're putting out better quality or the best quality they can as well. And I'm just out there making videos as much as I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, and he is making videos as much as he can. I think you saw in our OEs, I think it was like something like 200 and it was over 240 videos a year, which is amazing. So thank you, Ron. The next person I'm going to talk about is Miss Mercado, who you all know, and I have got to tell you, she is rocking her new role. Like, she has been absolutely amazing, churning out so many things. And we're just super excited to have her. She's really, really giving us not only a professional look, but a branded, unified look. She's wonderful working with people. She's just been awesome. And so basically, she is going to be responsible for maintaining our district branding guidelines, managing our visual assets. She's creating some templates so we have consistency across the board, so we don't have to recreate a flyer from scratch for each initiative, and things, look consistent. She is assisting departments with their graphic needs as needed, and she's been super about that. The swag you have here today, you can see like it's branded very consistently. Yeah, she's just been absolutely wonderful. So I just wanted to thank Molly. I'm presenting on her behalf because she's busy with your meeting today, but Molly, you've done a great job.
Thank you, Dr. Bruder, and to your staff. So, Mr. Dallas, and then we'll do boat ride. We can just go this way.
I hate to reveal my ineptness about some acronyms. What's swag?
Oh, swag. It's the stuff in the bag. Yes, tchotchkes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Boatwright?
Thank you so much. And I love this realignment. It makes sense. It links to the strategic initiatives. The things that I'm excited about, which you hit on a little bit, is if we start tracking volunteers in a database using Raptor, and I'm assuming that they can badge in and out. So we're going to start tracking volunteer hours with Raptor. Yeah. And then we start moving our business, all these things into a database. At some point when the board wants to hear, or the community through the board, how are we doing on our strategic initiatives? You guys will be able to just not spitball, be like, here are the statistics, here are the months. So very excited about that. One thing I do think the strategic initiative 2.2 is align new and existing community and partnerships, parent and community outreach. I don't see the word parent in the presentation. Volunteer, business, and I'm a volunteer, I'm a business owner, I'm also a parent. Like, I think we capture a lot of parents, but I'm kind of on this kick because as someone who's on the board and parenting and hanging out with parents, I see a widening disconnect, and it's not the communications department's fault, but it's the communications department's opportunity to fix. parents are disengaged in a lot of ways, and that's because they're busy. There's a lot of demands on parents' time, on students' time. So if you're not like in the schools, with the kids, talking, I had a volunteer event that I ran where we had high school students and they were chatting with me about all their things. But if you're not in that, you may not catch as much of what's going on. So I think as we're at this really, 30,000 foot level and we're talking about these great initiatives, the parents are kind of checked out. And I think also to your point, traditional media outlets don't work. Now they might work for some parents, but the new, as we saw with this election, a lot of the information was long form podcasts, social media. So I think it's a real challenge for you, but I think it's a great opportunity to really try and re-engage those parents. So I think in all of this and however that falls, and I would assume with Ms. Casper's section, I think we need to be specific and intentional about parents and families, and not just parents, but, people in the household, making sure that they're engaged with the school. Because as much as sometimes we feel overwhelmed by parent engagement on certain issues, I would like to see more parents coming to meetings, more parents. I get no emails from outside of parents that I specifically speak to because they're just doing their own thing. So I'm hoping that we'll really make that a real intentional part of the strategic initiative.
No, great. Thank you for sharing that.
Colonel Guyer?
You've got a really good product.
Yes.
My concern is distribution. And I'd kind of like to know who's the person that calls and makes contacts. And I'm just going to give you a list. I just sat down and thought about who I would want to call if I was reaching out to the community. I just wrote down a list. Who calls the Lions Club, the Shriners, the Masons, the Exchange Club, the many Rotaries, Kiwanis? Who reaches out to TCL and USCB, say, hey, I'd like to come in and talk to you and give you an update on Beaufort County School District? Who reaches out to county agencies like the Health and Human Services? Hey, I'd like to come and tell you about what we're doing here, and handing things out at each place. How about to major corporations and major developers like 303 Associates? How about these new apartments and the new apartment offices that just starting up, having these handy to give to new tenants to coming in? How about AMVETS, VFW, or our churches? Who contacts churches? Cold calling. I'm talking cold calling. Paris Island, talking to the commander. When can I come into one of your command and staff meetings and give you a little something about the school district? Marine Air Station, Naval Hospital, Chambers of Commerce. I've got invited to a Chamber of Commerce thing out on Ladies Island, and they have them all. They have a Chamber of Commerce member sponsor it, and they come in for coffee. Have we done that and have invite the Chamber of Commerce here? Maybe we should. Editorial boards. Who's going to sit down with the editorial boards? Island Packet, Inside Beaufort, Bluffton Today, Hilton Head, I'm sure has a local newspaper. I got a call from an individual from the Inside Beaufort, and they want to know about the clock. So I invited the reporter to come to a clock meeting. I gave her one of I had one. I gave her one of these. I mean, it just got published. I sent you a copy. 2 weekends ago, we had a Sheldon Township meeting. It's a community group. Should have had these. I need to have about 25 of these all the time, and I need to. When I hand them out, I'll come back and get more.
We're happy to give you those.
These are very, very important. Also consider you got a great speaker and our superintendent, but sometimes he's busy. You have a speakers bureau. You have people on tap who are trained and have the ability to go into a group when Dr. Rodriguez isn't available. You should have that. That's something. If you're going to if you're going to reach out, if you're going to distribute, you have to push it. You have to have somebody who's got the ability and the patience to try to call. And some of the places, you know, they have the signs like at Hilton Head. When you come into Hilton Head, they got all the clubs that are there in Hilton Head. Who contacts them? Sometimes you have to find out when the meeting is, and you have to go cold and say, oh, by the way, would you like to get a program? I mean, that's the kind of upfront production of your fantastic product to get it out there. And that's my comments on, I hope you have a plan to do that.
We do. And I think it's important to note too, like, as you know, Dr. Rodriguez had like 75 presentations last year. And so we have pockets of people all throughout the district that have contacts at those organizations. So I think we're doing it, but we're doing it more organically, but we can certainly formalize it, right? And we can make our list, make sure that we're reaching out to all those folks, make sure we have the pamphlets ready and all that. I think we weren't quite ready to do that, but now we are with this restructure. Like, we have the bandwidth to do it, and we're excited. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon?
First of all, great question. Like to be alive. I think only had one PR person who did all of this. And so I'm glad to see, appreciated your comments, what you do, and seeing your faces. Colonel Geyer said what I going to say, but much better. I appreciate it. I was writing down Rebolt, and there was, and I think it still is there. My vision is not as great, but there was a board sign that talked about Beaufort County schools, and that's the only one that I remember seeing. Community people in the community can see, but if you don't drive down Rebolt, and you don't see it, and you don't know what we're doing. So I like the fact that we're getting out there. I like the fact that you are putting these things together and working it and looking at community. We're responsible, but we're responsible for getting the parents engaged. And if they don't know, they don't know. I drive by Ladies Island Middle School almost every day, and I look at the marquee, but I'm going so fast, you know, I'm like, they're dangerous, you know, or what? But it's on the marquee, or it's you know, they've got it communicated. But parents need to be able to see this, hear this, far better than what we're doing, and I know far better than what I'm doing. But I appreciate what you're doing. And I know Ron Lopes used to work with him. I'm so proud of him. And Ms. McCardo, I kind of hate that you took her from us, but I understand growth. And in saying that, that's what we need in PR. That's what we need that you're doing, that you're giving us. And so thank all of you for presentations today. And I'm quite sure I'll look at this again. And I do need 25 as well. You know, so when I see people, they ask me what we're doing, I can just give them one. So, thank
Great.
you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
In terms of, well, thank you for your presentation. In terms of growth and where we're at, I too was when I first came on this board, there was one person who did this work, and now to overnight go from one to about 6. guess I'm going to look for the outcome of where getting the better bang for the buck. But also in terms of, I've heard a lot today, and also Mr. Geyer brought up some points, as so as Mrs. Gordon was saying, that speaking upon those points, he called out some different groups, but I think it's a second component in that. And the second component is utilizing the resources. And I think it's very important for the district, not just calling out or not just helping this department understand that, but I think having the district as itself, as a brand, to realize that they have to use board members too, to some degree, because if you don't use board members, that's one component of what we're doing. But in terms of some of those names that Mr. Geyer just called out, I could have different ones. And I think that relationships are everything. So in terms of that, to serve different community, you have to have conversations. And you have to establish relationships to be able to do that, to have those conversations, to say, hey, look here, this is where we're going, like how you're bringing it forward, not how you're bringing it forward now, but to say what market or how could be another way, and some people may call them think tanks or different way in certain people in your community, or how can we get it out to your community? Because I believe that the community has been yearning for some of this information without a shadow of a doubt. But opening up that door to say, hey, listen, you have people that vote for you. How do we get to your voters? Or how do we get to you? Those conversations have to be, no problem. Those conversations have to be had as well. And for so many times, I think that sometimes sometimes they feel as though we don't get those, or we don't have those conversations because we do things a little differently. Doing things a little differently, I don't think it's been getting the job done, and it's showing to this degree that we have to engage board members and we have to engage different pockets of people to understand. That's me first point. And the second thing is I'll leave. I've heard everyone talk about different ways upon how we plan on telling these stories, and and putting out promoting the district and promoting it. As one pastor said not long ago, is that understanding my church, and he was talking about his church. Everyone is relatively not perfect. If you have a perfect person come and join the church, then then you might not want to join it, because if you join it perfect, then the church will no longer be perfect. So we're saying that is saying this. I think, and also I've heard a lot about putting out good, to really understand and know that, let people know that we understand that, and being intentional about we understand where we are. You have to put the good, bad, and ugly out. Sometimes I think it's better for us to tell our own narrative than to allow other people to tell the narrative. So it's okay to put all that good stuff. But if you're just putting out everything good and you're not telling when things happen, then how good is how really good are you? But when I can tell my own story and you understand where I'm coming from, well, then the person will say, well, at least they just don't tell their good sides. They tell the good, bad, and ugly, and they are consistent with it. So that's just some food for thought that I want to put out as well. Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
So, may I?
Yes.
Okay, couple things. One, on the bad news, the school district does put it out. As a matter of fact, whenever something happens at a school, we contact all the families of that school to make sure that they know. You know who doesn't do that? Our competitors, your charter schools and your private schools. Right? In that comes some of the issues that you see, with enrollment as well. But I got an idea. Time for board member homework assignment, if you would. And I want to ask you by December 6th to submit a list of any of those groups or any of those people that you feel need to be contacted, right? But by December 6th, if we can get a list to Ms. Bruder, that'll help them with their spreadsheet of outreach of potential people.
Mr. Campbell?
But you probably have more you didn't have time to think about.
Yes. Every time the school send out something about something happened at the school, I inform my community about it because they're supposed to know. That's my responsibility as a board member. I can't put it on them. And all of us get emails. Now, whether we read them or not, that's up to us. And that's another one of the responsibility as a board member. Read every email you get. Thank you.
So, Dr. Bruder, it seems like the 2024 community report would be very helpful for each board member to have 20 or 25 copies. So do you think your team could assemble those and just distribute them later today? I mean, I don't know how many you have.
We actually gave out a bunch at our event yesterday, and Mr. Dallas has a lot of them, but Molly Mercado, being wonderful as she has been, has already placed another order for more.
Okay.
So we can get them to you all as soon as that order comes in. It shouldn't be too long.
Mr. Dallas?
Part of what I think, sometimes goes maybe unnoticed or recognized, I think, is that when a product like, I have one here right now, but like you're holding up, right, is put together, right? Sometimes that's just put together right here by staff, right? I'll share it with you right away because I'm excited about it because it's a great product and I think you'll be excited about it, right? But right away what happens is, right, hey, I got a presentation tomorrow, I need 25, or I got another group, I need another 25. So on the onset of that, right, those initial ones were all made right here and printed right here. So on top of that, this team became a printing machine for a little while until we could get them back from the actual professional printers that we have to work with, So it's not that we didn't want to get them out there fast. It's that they were literally hot off the press, right? And so we're just trying to catch up and get ahead of that.
All right, I think Mr. Smith and Mr. Dallas.
Just to go back to what was said, by no stretch of my imagination, in terms of to Director Mr. Campbell, that we get that information out and that is our understanding of getting it to the community, or to what else was said in terms of us putting out the bad information. Yes, but my point was today when we talked about what the vision and what the people's task at hand was, I just want to remind them as new folks coming on, because I know that Mrs. Bruder put out 99% of those emails is what I believe we've been told. So just an FYI to them as well as when they're drafting whatever they're putting out in it, just that as a district, that's what we do. And actually, there are a couple other organizations who do. I am aware of that have put out some things that have happened in their organization that was not unhealthy. So I don't believe that we're the only one, but we do own it, and that's the initiative of us owning it, and I do appreciate that. But I just want to put that out that I'm not personally putting it in terms of not that we don't doing it, but I'm just saying FYI that is something that I didn't hear today, and that I would like to make sure that we all are aware of, and that we're all that we all are on board with. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to speak to I think it was somewhere between 175 and 200 that we got yesterday. We immediately distributed 50 to the Hilton Head area realtors. At the event that you folks spoke at yesterday, I think we distributed probably around 60 to 70. Mm-hmm. So we got about 40, 50 left. Those are spoken for. Just making sure. So hopefully the next batch off of the printers will be here soon because they're stacking up.
And I will tell you, like, what was exciting for me, and I'm sure you saw it too, Mr. Dallas, but I even took pictures. Like, when I went back and looked at the pictures of the event, like, people were actually reading those, like, thoroughly reading them. So that was great.
All right.
And we do have a little activity.
Okay.
That's okay. So as part of our restructure, I want to revisit the tagline because in order for us to move forward with our communications outreach and supporting the strategic work and messaging that's going to be happening as part of the restructure, we would like to move forward with incorporating a tagline. So we wanted to have an activity today using Menti, which Dr. Rodriguez has used that with you guys before. So we can rank the tagline options. We're just getting it on the screen. It'll just be a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so of the 5 options, the first ones on the screen were developed as per the board's desire to see new options for taglines. These taglines were developed by our team by re-examining feedback from the initial survey, focus groups, and poll in which the following themes were significant: engagement, opportunity, excellence, our coastal environment, and learning at the beach. The last 2 options, and you're going to be able to pull these up on your devices. The last 2 options, I know, because I can't even see them. The last 2 options are the taglines that were presented to you in a previous work session and a regular board meeting that were developed by Rhodes Branding based on the survey and focus groups they conducted. As you recall, these 2 taglines were reviewed by our stakeholders via a poll after that initial work session, with Rising to Excellence Together receiving 38% of the vote and Innovating Today for a Brighter Tomorrow receiving 62% of the vote. We felt it important to also include these for comparison now because of the public participation in the initial process. And I'm going to let Dr. Pennington kind of lead you through this process here.
So to access and be able to vote on your device, you can use a computer, tablet, phone, whatever's convenient for you. If you'll open your browser and go to www.menti.com. And when you reach that website, it should ask you to enter a 8-digit code. That code is up at the top of the screen, but I'm going to read it out loud as well. You're good. I'm going to give you a second. No worries. Yes. Yes, we have a few people around. Colleen and Esty are here to assist as well. So if you need assistance, just raise your hand. So I'm going to read the code out now. I'll read it out again in a second. No worries. That code is 44917209. So once again, that code is 44917209. And once you're logged in, it will actually allow you to select your taglines in order of your preference. The one you choose first will be your first choice, and 5th will be your last choice. And I'll review the results once everyone has had a chance to complete this. So no rush, take your time.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
So one thing I think you need to mention, Dr. Pennington, is that we've already chosen the logo.
Yes.
And can we put the logo up? Because I think that should be considered when you're choosing the tagline.
Absolutely. I don't know if we can do it on a screen sharing, 'cause this is coming from my computer right now, so I don't have it pulled up, but if you need a reference, the logo is right there on your bags and the swag right in front of you. So
Yes. And our agenda.
perfect. I do apologize for the small size on the screen. It was as large as Minty would let me make it with this many options. Select their options, or do we need a little bit more time? I'll reveal our responses. And just to add that our first option, which was empowering students through engagement, excellence, and opportunity, did have a vote, as well as building bright futures through engagement and learning was, I believe, the top choice as well from our board member online. So to me, I think the poll results show us that our first option is clear. It's the building bright futures through engagement and learning. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez, who's going to take it from here.
I would just suggest if everybody is comfortable, because we need to move forward with a tagline. So if the board is comfortable with this as a tagline, that we solidify it with I would guess a vote, a motion and a vote, if that's possible.
Yeah.
I move that the Beaufort Board of Education move to adopt the tagline. Oh, I can't read it from here. Building bright futures through engagement and learning, as the official tagline of the Beaufort County School District.
Second from Carlton Dallas. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Hey. Have, eight yeses, I believe. One no, Carr, and one abstention, Smith, and Ms. Nay was absent from the vote. So the motion carries. But yeah, she said she chose two on her message, actually, one or two. Yeah, so. But she didn't vote just now on the motion. All right, now it looks like it's time for lunch, and according to our agenda, we have a 30-minute break for lunch. And it is 12:21, so why don't we reconvene at how about 5 minutes of one? All right, thank you. Good afternoon. This is the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of November 22, 2024, and we just finished our lunch break, and we'll resume our agenda. Our next presentation is guidance. Oh, great. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you all for allowing me to present today. I'm Latasha Middleton, the Director of School Counselors for the district, and I'm going to talk to you about the school counselor role. School counselors play a crucial role in the educational system by focusing on the academic, personal, and career development of students. Counselors strive to create a positive and inclusive environment that supports each student's unique needs. This mission aligns with the district's goals to foster supportive and enriching educational experiences for all of our students. We offer academic guidance and support to students and their parents by supplying essential information for making informed decisions regarding both short-term and long-term goals. We work closely with all stakeholders to ensure that we meet the needs of every student. Additionally, we advocate for our students to guarantee that their needs are met effectively. We utilize a proactive data-driven approach by implementing a comprehensive program designed for all students. This includes strategies for early intervention, specifically targeting at-risk students. To evaluate the effectiveness of the program, we assess various metrics such as student achievement, attendance rates, and behavioral data. We also provide academic planning, advice and evaluation, offer orientation, coordination, academic advising, and so on and so forth. Some general school counseling activities are interpreting school records, consulting with teachers, advocating for students, and analyzing the data to ensure that we're meeting the students' needs. School counseling activities differ based on educational level. For example, elementary counselors focus on developing foundational skills necessary for academic, personal, and social growth. And they do this by providing early interventions in classroom lessons, providing and facilitating small groups and individual counseling, organizing career fairs, participating in community outreach, and offering professional development opportunities for teachers. Middle school counselors, they support students through their pre-adolescence during the transition of helping them. They set goals, they make informed choices, they help them to resolve conflicts appropriately, and they also introduce various career options for these students. They have school tours, job shadowing, and invite guest speakers to their schools. High school counselors help students get ready for their life after graduation. They have academic advising, guiding students on course selection and academic performance, college planning, assisting students with application process and career exploration, helping students find what their next is going to be. As Director of School Counseling, I provide a monthly professional development for our students, for our counselors. As a matter of fact, we had one yesterday where we had adult ed come in to speak to our counselors. We had military support. We also had CTE, as we work very closely with ISD to make sure that our students are getting their academic and as well as their personal social goals addressed. We ensure compliance with the state federal laws. So I attend state meetings to ensure that our students our counselors are getting all of the information they need to be within the law. However, weekly support meetings I provide for our counselors. Every Tuesday at 10 a.m., we have a Zoom meeting where I'm answering questions, providing feedback, providing collaboration, and training counselors. I also conduct school visits and provide individual training and observations. I also support counselors in addressing the needs for our students. I introduced a platform that high school counselors use to audit transcripts. It is called the Mesa Cloud. Mesa Cloud helps counselors to audit the transcripts, find out what students need for graduation. It tracks their progress, and it also assigns personalized plans. As far as graduation and informing our parents about graduation plans and what they need for graduation, we do this starting in 8th grade with our individual graduation plans. The counselors have meetings with each student and their parent, and they discuss goals and also what courses they want to take for the following year. Parents are notified as well in that graduation plan meeting. We have parent night meetings and parent conferences. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Any questions from the board members? Mr. Dallas?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, to repeat what I said.
I heard you though.
Okay, all right. One of
Just,
the,
why don't you recap it? Because I don't think the people online can.
okay,
heard you.
okay. So I attended one of your professional days events in Bluffton, and I thought it was very informative, very helpful. I heard positive comments. You had some exercises there that captured a lot of what people were saying, would not have come up otherwise. So kudos on that. As a newbie, one of the things I heard circulate outside of that meeting a few times in that meeting is the workload that the counselors carry. And I then learned that I think the state requirement is like 250 students per counselor or something like that.
The state requires, well, they allot for 300 to 1.
300 to 1.
We want to follow the ASCA model, which is 250 to 1.
Okay, okay. And I guess with that, is the 250 sufficient for the workload that the counselors encounter?
It is. Coming back from COVID,
Yes, ma'am.
when everything was all hands on deck. So counselors were doing things that were outside of their scope. So we have to get everybody back to understanding that, we have specific goals that we need to achieve. So we shouldn't be doing other things. So we're working to get principals and administration to understand that, school counselors need to work on their preventive work and not so much doing other things that, teachers do.
Madam Chair, very quickly. I think the CDFs have been added and they supplement the work in partnership with
They
counselors?
do. They supplement the career piece. So our CDFs are in all high schools and we have 4 in middle schools. So they help the counselors as far as the career exploration, the tours, the career fairs. So they do all that for them. And the schools that don't have one right now, we partner with them and we help them as well.
Colonel Geyer?
Thank you for the briefing. Could you describe the educational background and certification required to become a counselor?
A school counselor must have a master's degree in school counseling education. So there are many counseling degrees, but it has to say school counseling education. And the best programs are the K-CREP programs.
Do you have career and technical recertification standards that you have to follow?
Yes. In the school counseling program that you take, you will have a career course. So we do have training in that as well. And every counselor, we encourage to get their career development facilitator certification.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. Also, for the public, could you tell them what IGP is?
It's an individual graduation plan that the state requires every student to have starting in 8th grade. So the parent, the student, and their counselor must meet once a year to discuss that student's post-secondary plans as well as what they want to take for classes in school.
And are those our parents in person during those IGP meetings? Are our parents present?
They should be, but the state has changed the rules. They want the parents involved, but they can be on the phone, Zoom, and if the parent can't come in, we can do it through email correspondence where the parent is saying, okay, yes, I saw that you met with Johnny. I agree with what you all said. We have to have documentation of that.
At the district level, how are we? But at the district level, do we audit that?
Do we audit whether or not they're coming?
The IGP process period.
Audit in terms of going there and seeing what they're doing?
Audit as in auditing the process and auditing the IGP, making sure that they're taking places throughout the district.
Yes, I have to do a report at the state every year. So yes, I'm requiring them to send me their information to determine that they've completed their IGPs.
And how many times a year are we doing that?
It's only submitted once a year. It's in June.
How do we do athletes?
Athletes?
Yes, ma'am. And in terms of athletes, how do we run their IGP as well?
Their IGP is the same. Every student's IGP is based on what their goals are. So if an athlete wants to go to college, then we include their athletic director because they have information that they need to know. We include the counselor and the CDF if they want to talk about going to, a career. So it just depends.
But the reason why I asked that is because from what I've noticed, the information is different for an athlete because there's certain information that has to be disclosed to that university depending on what they're getting. And so that's why I'm asking on the front side, how are we doing that? But
on the front side, as far as athletes, as a junior, they have to qualify through the NCAA or NCAA.
Right.
So that information being provided to them probably in ninth grade because they need to know that the first 10 courses you take are already locked in. So you got to make sure that you are making the appropriate grades so that you can have options when you graduate.
No further questions.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. And I know Mr. Smith has been asking for this. Having been a teacher here in Beaufort County and an administrator, I have witnessed the IGP in place and parents who come in and some, like you said, who can't, but the school counselors do a great job of including them. And what we have to understand is parents, it's a plan for your child. And that's your child. And you need to be there to give input in person if you can, but if not.
Yes.
But the counselors make sure that they do. And let's understand 250 students, that's a lot of students for one person. That's a lot of students. And for the counselors to have to keep eyes on, and the students can come in and make appointments with their counselors or not to see how they're doing and what they're doing. So it's an ongoing process.
Yes.
And I know sometimes, parents will get busy and we want to say, I didn't know this or I didn't know that. But when it comes to sitting down, getting your schedules for your kids, looking at their plan, whether they're an athlete or not, it doesn't matter if they're an athlete. We don't do a plan for an athlete. We don't do a plan for a dance student. We do a plan for the child.
Yes.
To fit his or her, needs. And I've witnessed that. And I've witnessed counselors having to track down students, in the buildings. Hey, you need to come on in here and go get them and bring them in. So kudos for you. And I'm glad that the state has implemented and gone outside, just saying parents have to come in. They're saying, hey, we can Zoom you, we can email you, but you need to take an active role
Yes.
in your child's education, but their plan every day in their lives. And I've seen kids that the counselors will find and say, hey, we can't let you fall through the crack, and you can't take all these electives. You got to take this class with this class. So thank you. And thank you for the training that the counselors go through, but they have to take that master's course.
Yes.
And qualify to be a counselor with our kids every day. So I still think 250 is a lot. That's just me because I've seen it. And when you go into the counselor's office, and if you look at the paperwork that they have to do and what they have to know and do to make sure that at graduation time, our kids can graduate, but sometimes our students fall short. They do. And sometimes our counselors may fall short, but it's not an everyday occurrence. Things happen. And they do what they can to fix it as quickly, as they know. So kudos to the counselors. I appreciate them.
Thank you.
And having worked with them and seeing how this process works. Guys, it is an amazing piece of work they do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak? Mr. Smith?
Also, is in understanding the IGP process, when a student is when a student goes out to college, what's the process? Is it a part of the process in terms of how we send their transcript?
The transcript is sent through Parchment. The state has adopted that platform. So every student gets an account in Parchment their junior year. And we upload their transcripts every semester. And they go into their portal and they request their transcripts and we send it electronically.
So understanding that is so my question. I'm not sure you kind of answered it. When a student go to the college, are they accepted? How is the official transcript sent? Are you saying it's sent?
It's sent electronically.
In that portal. So if it's done the junior year, then if a kid changes their mind their senior year, that they're going to a different university, or upon students really make their decisions on their senior year in terms of what colleges they're going to go to. What colleges they've been accepted at. Then
Or apply.
Well, even apply me, but by that time, hopefully everyone is kind of applied. But my point is, at that time, one of those universities send you an acceptance letter and you make a decision. But what if you didn't put that on the form your junior year, and now you kind of didn't get where you want to be? What's that process?
Well, my guess is that when they apply, right? When they apply, right, they're not going to get accepted unless they have some transcripts already.
Right.
So if they got an acceptance letter, they have a transcript.
Right.
They'll probably just be getting a follow-up transcript to show graduation as a confirmation.
Yes. The purpose of the junior year is because of NCAA and all of that. So we send it through that as well for NCAA. They can request their transcripts as many times as they want, and it's free. So if they change their mind and they want to go to Duke instead of USC, then they just go back into their portal, request their transcript to go to Duke.
And let me make clear. Maybe okay. I think I'm talking about the official transcript when colleges ask, because
it's
let me tell you what
that is official. The transcript is official when it's sent electronically, and that's the best way because we are able to track it to make sure that it gets there.
They can't hand carry it there.
Right. I'm aware. I'm aware of that. But when I ask, I'm asking for a reason. It's to better understand it because I've gotten some questions, and so I'm trying to understand in terms of what that process is, what that process is like. I have an idea, that's why I want to hear it from here. And so if I have a parent who asks that question, I can say I asked it clearly. You can go back on this date and look at the meeting. And so it's not that I'm asking it because I don't understand it, but I just want to make sure that I'm getting it from the person who's in charge of that.
Okay, so the process is
Right.
junior year, they create an account in Parchment.
Right.
Then they're able to request as many transcripts as they want. They can even request a self-view for themselves.
Right.
So as long as that student has an account, they can request their transcript.
Thank you. And just my last, just a real comment towards I would just say, I want to give kudos because 250 students per one guy's counselor it could be looked at as an enormous number. But then when I look at, we have some principals in this district who has raised the bar that they put as a principal leader of a building, they themselves impressively go over every single student's IGP plan individually themselves. So when I look at what some principals have done in terms of actually touching every single every single IGP profile within itself, an individual, not every principal may do that, then that just makes me it just makes me look at things a little more differently versus the 250 people, that we assign to every guidance counselor. Because for a principal to do that's a magnificent job, and that tells me that it can be done, and I'm looking for it to be done because that limit errors, and that really speaks to how serious we take these IGB profiles. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Middleton, for your presentation. Next on our agenda is the calendar for the Board of Education meetings for next year, 2025. So today you have a draft agenda in front of you, and this will be voted on at the next business meeting, which is December 10th. So we're welcome to have any discussion about it today while we're here, or comments. Oh, yeah. So one of the questions going forward for 2025 is, does the board want to continue the SIC meetings? I'm not going to be here, so I think somebody else should be leading this discussion. How about you, Colonel Geyer? You're the vice chair.
Well, we haven't gotten large participation. And I'm not sure that a lot of value comes out of it, although I will say that the last one we had, the cell phone issue came up, and we certainly took action on that. And I'd hope that perhaps there's a way to increase participation by either having it on a date that has less conflicts or a location that is more central. So, I think that we should probably have it, but I think we should look at where and how and when we have it.
Mr. Smith?
In terms of us still having them, yes, I do think that we need to have them. In fact, I was just at a SIC meeting, and actually this topic came up in the SIC meeting in terms of the SIC members were looking forward to having the joint meeting with the board in terms of just discussing different things with board members. It also pointed things out and also seeing some things of getting better understandings from the parents' perspective as well. And not just with that one, Kirk recently, but also speaking to another SIC chairperson from a different school, and so those were two different people who thought that those meetings were very important and were impactful, and that one said that they looked at things differently from hearing from us, from hearing from the board at a prior joint SIC meeting that they were at, because they felt as though he said he thought he was looking outside, looking in, but hearing inside, looking out, made him kind of think a little differently and go to his SIC with a kind of a different a different approach. So with that, I just say that I think that the meetings are impactful, and I think that the places that we have them, I just think are not, there are not a problem with them. I just think it goes back to some of what we said with the parent involvement is if that's what we're going to say, we have to be consistent with it. I mean, we just have to pray on a winning prayer that they continue to come and show up. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I looked at the schedule. I only see 2 SIC meetings.
That's what it's traditionally been.
Yeah, I think that's real marginal effort for us to endure. Because every time you have a SIC meeting, you are turning those people on the SIC meetings into messengers. And they can go out and reaffirm that we're open, that we listen, and we expend that energy to make sure they get an audience with us. And as far as location, excuse me, since there are only 2, I will still continue to have one here and one over 278 Carter and one in the Heritage area.
Ms. Boatright? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think that it's marginal. I mean, I think it is marginal on our part. I think one of the issues has been how do we make it meaningful for the SIC chairs to come, because a lot of them are, parents, they work, et cetera. So it's hard. And I think having 2 different locations is helpful, but we haven't really had a strong, this is what we're trying to get out of it, right? This is what the point of these meetings are. So I think it's tactics without strategy, right? And I actually went to an SIC meeting yesterday and I really challenged the SIC. I'm like, because I think they're the place that they're in the schools. We're not going to reach all the parents. We're not going to, and we can put all the portals and surveys and letters and pamphlets. Parents are just busy. And like I said, I think the breakdown of the traditional routes of media, texting, email, apps, everyone's getting bombarded. So to me, the SIC really has a responsibility to go to their schools and their parents and their teachers and say, okay, what do we want to, what's our goals for this year? I don't think fundamentally a lot of there's a wide range of very active, well-attended SICs. And there are some schools where the SIC meets maybe twice a year. They can't find anyone to chair it. So I think that's one issue we have. The SIC is actually a state statute. It was intended to be that it was the parents and the community members. It's a very formal thing. Parents, community members, and teachers who would help the principal set goals and aspirations for the school. I think over the years, it has kind of evolved into different things for different schools. And some variation is good because every school is different. But I think it might be a time for us to recommit ourselves to that model, because I do think we are struggling right now, not as a criticism, but just because of the modern world. And again, I referenced the election. How do you reach voters? People were knocking on doors. No one wants to answer people don't even want to answer the phone. They say it's a huge problem with people applying for jobs under the age of 40 because they don't answer their phone. If you see a number that you don't recognize, and no one checks voicemail. So given all that, I would love to see us sort of recommit and maybe have at a follow-up meeting before the next joint SIC, set a tone, an agenda, what we want to get out of it. Because I think if the SIC chairs say, wow, if I go to this meeting, I'm going to have a say in the cell phone policy or something important, they will make the effort. If it's just sort of as we've said before, well, if they want to show up and ask us some questions, I think they'll be I think I'm going to stay home and have dinner with my family instead. So my suggestion would be that at another meeting that we have a brief agenda item about what we want to get out of it, make that meaningful and really commit ourselves to the model as opposed to kind of dialing it in from a distance.
Madam Chair.
Yes. I just want to add something to that. Well, our next joint meeting is 13 days away. It's Thursday, December 5th, I think.
December.
It's the Thursday, whatever that is. So here we are, and the agenda's not set. Normally how it's approached typically is, Kristen Casper will reach out to the SIC chairs And,
She's done that.
and she, right, and she'll, inquire what do they want to discuss, but it's usually, I don't think they get a lot of feedback typically. Do you know what feedback she's received?
She's compiling it.
Yeah, okay.
So I still don't,
Yeah.
I don't have it yet.
Okay, go ahead. Colin.
Yeah, Matt, excuse me. I support what Ms. Boatwright said. I think us spending some time after this meeting to actually define structurally what we want from each SIC meeting, and then be able to vote and communicate that, and them sort of doing what we talked about here today, which is pivoting and them going into the community to solicit feedback about what is planned to be discussed prior to. And I think that would add value, and we could still, maintain those.
So that seems very doable for 2025, but I don't think that's doable for 13 days from now.
Can I say what the process has been?
Yeah.
So in the process, what we have adopted is Ms. Casper sends out to the SIC chairs and asks what their agenda. So we ask for 3 agenda topics because we only meet from 6 to 7:30. So they're asked for 3 agenda topics. And she has a very hard time getting response back from the SIC. So it is generally, it's the same 2 or 3 SIC chairs who present topics. It is asked amongst all of the schools, but normally it's only the same 3 or 4 people who respond with their topics. We take the top 3 topics as well as what the board members, when we set it at the agenda setting. We have tried variations of breaking down in small group. We have tried breaking it down by levels, just all elementary, all middle school, all high school. We have tried the variations of going into different rooms so that you can have smaller groups to speak. We have tried the variation of having everyone together in the same room. We've tried, the largest participation we have had is when we had food and we offered dinner. We offered hors d'oeuvres. So that was the largest participation that we have had, but then it went back to the same. During the COVID time, we also did it by Zoom, where it was broken down by grade levels. So we have tried various various ways of doing it. And the last one that we had, Colonel Geyer led, and we had the U shape. And so everyone was, the ones that did come, it was probably less than what we have as board members. And then there was a few that came in late that they sat over there, but what you have here was what we had in participation, and we sat in the U-shaped table.
Ingrid?
I would make a suggestion that what we could do is, since it is such short notice, we could do it more or less by Zoom, so that everyone would be, because December, 4th? I mean, is that what you said?
They have that because it's been given to them. The only thing
that's December.
It's the 5th. They
That's
just don't know that it's a Thursday.
Okay,
It's a Thursday and it's at Bluffton High School, so that's
perfect. And then we can have the Zoom for people, because the holidays is a trying time to get, so we could have that. And what we could just do is have a discussion of what they want to see, or talk about the SIC in general, like a recommitting post-COVID, and just sort of set up, and then we'll take that information, surveys, et cetera, as part of our discussion in January to recommit ourselves to the model. So we should just, I don't know if we want to bring, you're probably an SIC joint meeting expert, but there ought to be somebody in the district that knows a lot about how the SIC is supposed to run.
Kristen Casper is the one.
And you can see the rules and regulations
Right, I
on
think we
the
should
state
just review
website
that.
too, about what their real function is. And it's exactly what you said earlier, is their function is to improve their school. It's really, which you could say then therefore improves the district, but it's really very localized to each school.
Right.
Yeah. So we can, our next agenda setting meeting is Monday at 5 PM. So I think that would be good for us to have that as one of the topics on because we're going to set the agenda for the business meeting of December 10th and this SIC meeting of the 5th. So we can have that as one of the topics, right? To have that discussion with them to see what input or ideas they have about it too. Mr. Smith?
Also, just going back over this too, also when I remember about the SIC meeting, I remember a couple that we have in attendance. I can't say that attendance has not from just this last year to compares years. I can't say attendance was always bad on SIC because that wouldn't be an accurate statement. That wouldn't be an accurate statement. Because I remember one year when we had SIC over at was it Pritchard? Was it Pritchard as was it Okatee Elementary School? The school right there by yeah, I think it's
It was
in
at
Okatee.
We had
In
it at Okatee.
Okatee, they almost was standing room. I remember the place being pretty packed. And then I also remember one time when Mel Campbell too, when he led, because how I remember it was when we were at the state championship, because I remember me and Dr. Rodriguez both were there, and we both were on our phones at the game doing that. And I remember there was a lot of people who were trying to talk and make just different input. And then also with my last point is that too, that I think as board members we have to take ownership. Because one thing I've heard too from one of the SIC chairs is that, well, why do you ask us for topics and then you don't speak on the topics that we've asked for? And I too have remembered at an agenda setting. Yes, I too remember as an agenda setting. One time I said that and they said, well, that might not be a topic that we might want to discuss. So moving forward, we do have to take as a board, we do have to take ownership in that too, and realizing that sometimes if we're not discussing the topics that they want to hear, then they say, well, heck, if the topic that we want to discuss is not going to be on the agenda, heck, I'm not going to go because that may be how they feel, which that may not be how everyone feels, but that's just looking in. That could be a different way of how it comes across. So I mean, and if there's a question, you can go back and look at the videos. I mean, I'm not trying to get in a pissing contest with anyone, but I just do want us to know that that has been conveyed, and I can remember that. So that's just something for us to take and remembrance too. So I do remember these meetings. Some of these meetings be packed. Some of these meetings people did come to in my prior years from last year. Thank you.
So let me just respond to that so the public can hear this. So first of all, the three board officers are the executive committee for our board, and they're voted on by the board colleagues, by the other board members. And they are the ones that set the agenda for whatever board meetings the board is having. And so the SIC, yes, we are asking for their input, but ultimately they do not have the power or authority to set the agenda. It is the executive officers, and we encourage any board members to attend those meetings, and we encourage your input. So it would be the board officers that ultimately set the agenda. And very often, of course, there may be too many topics offered, and as Robin already stated, we have an hour and a half for the meeting, and we want to choose the topics that seem to be most applicable to the SICs, or the ones that seem to be recurring themes, even if they didn't say necessarily the exact same topic suggestion, if they kind of have the same ideas. So I just want the public to know that.
Also, what we've done in the last is there were topics that were not covered. We provided a handout. So they asked the superintendent and his staff to address the questions for topics that were not covered in the hour and a half meeting. And then they were presented either at the board meeting or then it went to the next SIC meeting. And the handouts were made available for every question that was asked. There was an answer. And so that was made available. It was presented at the board meeting that we had, and then it was given at the following SIC meeting for them to have.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that, because that way, yes, everything was answered. There were not.
So we didn't leave, there were things that people
refusing
weren't left hanging.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
The topics were addressed in one form or another.
Thank you. All right, so it seems like, Mr. Nay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the SIC, I'm sure there's some guidance and directives to the individual groups. Do they have any type of structure? I mean, like, for example, if a local school has an SIC meeting, are they given like a list of like 5 or 6 domains? Okay, you can talk about school culture, talk about school operations, talk about school events, to kind of guide their meetings? Or is it just, hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Oh, nothing? Okay, see you guys next month. I mean, what's the procedure of an individual school SIC meeting?
I've attended SIC meeting. I just attended one last week at Royal Elementary, and I've been at Beaufort Middle, Robert Smalls, Broad River, Shanklin. I've been to those. Every one of them's done differently, and it's kind of a bottom-up agenda. Basically, the chair asks what they want to talk about a week or two before, and she builds the agenda, and they talk about it. And it always goes for an hour and a half. I don't like that structure, but it's an hour and a half, and they're done. I find them more valuable for me than the joint meetings because they interface with one another, and you hear some things that maybe they don't want to say in front of a larger group, especially other schools. As you know how competitive they are about their school. And so I think they're more objective about the issues that they have when they're speaking in their own school about it than bringing up as a district-wide issue. I really think, though, that if we don't have a meeting, joint SIC meeting, we are doing a disservice to the district because they deserve to have their topics. And let's face it, the vaping issue and the cell phone issue, they got our attention and we did something about it. So you can't go wrong with that.
Right, and I've been to, a few of my schools. I mean, I've only been on the circus now for 2 years now. But so I haven't attended a whole lot of SIC meetings. Clearly not as many as you. But someday, someday I could. But I'm just wondering if there's any guidance given from the district down to them saying, okay, at the bare minimum in your meetings, at least cover these things, broad topics, so that we don't have people constantly going, well, I don't really have anything to talk about or anything like that.
Did you hear the question, Dr. R?
No.
No, okay. Mr. Nay, go ahead, say it again.
I was just wondering if there was a bare minimum of guidance given to the SIC, the individual school SICs, so that they can at least have a broad framework of which to operate their meetings with instead of everybody showing up, well, what do you want to talk about?
The State Department of Education has an office that is specifically assigned to SIC, School Improvement Councils, and their function and their focus is to guide school improvement councils across the state to respond to any questions they might have, provide any training that might be necessary. And then they actually give some awards at the end of the year for the work that school improvement councils have done. During my tenure here, I know that Hilton Head Island High School's SIC received the award, right, for the state for the manner in which their SIC conducted business and the manner in the things they accomplished and all of that sort of thing on behalf of the school. Other schools may have had it in the past. I'm just aware of this one in particular. And then I know that Kristen has brought them down in the past to provide some training and some guidance. I believe the gentleman who was in charge of it was Tom Hudson. And I don't think he's doing it anymore. I think they have a new person now, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, to answer your question in a very long way, there is guidance out there around a structure and the function for those SICs. Yep.
Mr. Kimmel?
Yeah. They do have a meeting in Columbia every year for SIC. And I don't know whether members attend it or not, but they do have meeting every year because I attended one of them. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon?
Oh, thank you. Ms. Cushenberry, correct me if I'm mistaken, but the SIC's chair in a committee, they actually determine what they're going to talk about, work on for the school. The principal does not have a major role in SIC. Correct.
I think that the SIC chair and the principals work together. They work together in setting the agenda and all of that sort of thing. Because ultimately the school principal is responsible for the building, right? And for what happens within that building. And so an SIC can't independently serve as an action committee to dictate what happens, right? It's supposed to be a collaborative work that occurs. And so I believe SIC chairs and principals work collaboratively on and cooperatively on the agendas.
Okay, well,
Oh,
go ahead, Mr. Smith. Oh, sorry. Just feeding back on what Mr. Nay was saying about basically, is there a structured agenda for the SIC? So when you go to Port Royal or if you go to St. Helena, you should see the same basic structure for the SIC meeting that's taking place. So if they're collaborating with the principal and looking at the issues for that school, because this school improvement council, so they're looking at improvements for that particular school. I agree with him when I've gone to SIC meetings at Ladies Island Middle, and so I can't compare it to any other school at this time. But I'm expecting that if I went to Beaufort Middle, that I would see the same kind of agenda, set up. And of course, the principal knows what they're going to talk about, but it should be about improving the school. Mr. Campbell shouldn't have to walk out on the grounds of the high schools and middle schools and say, hey, the grass hasn't been cut, or, we need a new band room. Sound is not right. There are things that the School Improvement Council are supposed to bring forward to the committee, to the parents, and to the principal at school.
Yeah, I think that I'm not going to tell you that they all have the exact same structure, because I don't know that they all have the exact same structure, but they all have an agenda and they develop an agenda and they work through their agendas. Every school, you've been in them, you worked in them, every school has its own DNA. Every school is a little bit different. Every school has its own challenges that they work through. And so, they're all working through those in their own way, I think, and in cooperation with, when it comes to SICs, in cooperations with their SICs. So I feel comfortable in telling you that they all have an agenda for their meetings, and they would follow agendas, and probably similar structure.
Mr.
Yep.
Smith?
I'll go as far as to say that, not they. I was going to say some of what Dr. Rodriguez said back in terms of, yes, they all. I've never been to one that don't have an agenda. From the Well Branch clusters, I've been to some of their meetings. I remember one time when the Beaufort High School cluster, actually we had.
Sorry, that was
Okay. But I remember.
End of discussion.
I remember the time when the Beaufort High School cluster had a joint SIC meeting at Beaufort High School, and it was a shocking good turnout, because it was more people than what they really actually than what we predicted that time, and actually they had asked a couple of us as board members to come as well, and so that was a good meeting. And they also, what learned was that what one SIC had some concerns of, they all kind of were talking kind of in circles amongst each other. So no, the SIC, I think the SIC community, they take it serious, and they do have agendas, and also all of them have allowed the principal, they'll make sure that the principal has the time to tell what they need, or what they may have, what concerns they may have from the principal's staff in terms of community outreach, support, or finance. So I think that is a good thing too, that does happens at those SIC meetings, because like I said, I've been to a number of myself, and there's a good bit of information that gets dispersed between community and principal, and also there have been some of them, a lot of them have been well attended, some of them been less than others, but they all at different times of the year, when you have basketball, football, different games, they fluctuate. I just want to put that out there, but they do have an agenda.
Mr. Campbell?
As a former SIC chair at several schools, what I did, I worked with the principal
Right, yeah.
and the assistant principals on budget and issue within that school. So that's the responsibility that I had. Thank you.
Boatright?
Yeah, I've been involved with SICs for a long time, you know, as a parent and as a board member. But here's what I'll say. My take on it is this, and I got that from our first joint SIC meeting that we had. They provided the member roster of each SIC. Remember that back in the day? And there's, you know, a lot of the SICs are not in compliance, which is neither here nor there. I think what happens is COVID, turnover, new parents, new principals. And my observation is, even though we are the twice winning Riley Award nominated SIC at Hilton Head High, it's hard to keep that momentum going. It's hard. We had a hard time getting someone to be the chair of the next one because, and I think part of it's because they don't really understand the impact the SIC had. And I had this discussion with them. I'm like, and we're going to revive having a cluster-wide SIC meeting. But to me, I think that with COVID, and this will be my last time, right? But it disrupted the natural flow of participation and it became very easy. And I see that at every organization I'm involved in, everyone's like, can I get a Zoom link? Because it got really easy. You're like, I'm gonna be tired. I don't want to drive over there. And with the SIC, I saw that in a big way. But as we gear up, we passed our second referendum, we're getting a bunch of new board members. And I'm just like, we need to reestablish that parent, teacher, student pipeline. One thing that was brought up by a staff member is, we should have student government at all of our meetings. And, we've had that in the past here and there, but we need to reestablish. So I think looking like at the SIC handbook, there are very specific things that every SIC is supposed to do. I am pretty convinced not everyone's doing that. And just because it's just kind of drifted away. So I would say, let's continue this discussion that we're having here at the board at a regular scheduled board meeting in January. But for right now, maybe we just look at the handbook, have a meeting with the current SIC chairs in December and say, where are you guys at? And then we'll take the ones that show up, we'll take their feedback, and then we'll continue the discussion in January.
All right, so next steps on the board calendar, because that's what we're looking at, is for the action item will be on December 10th to vote on it. So please take a good look at it and have any suggestions or changes that you think are important ready to go on December 10th. Yes, go ahead.
In January, there will only be two members of the board, myself and Mr. Smith, who have been through the coherent governance training. And I think it would be probably a good thing to do is to have the person that gave us the training 3-4 years ago come back and have a session about coherent governance, probably in January.
There's a January work session.
And perhaps when I first came on the board, we worked all day on Friday and a half a day on Saturday. And what I would ask you to consider is to have that half day on Saturday be nothing but coherent governance. And just want to see if that, just for thought, I want to decide now, but when we do decide on what we're going to be doing, or vote, like
You might be able to schedule the agenda on that Friday to do half of a work session type of thing and then half of coherent governance, because you get to set the agenda.
Yeah, well,
and knock it out on a Friday.
Sometimes we run over and there's some things that don't get covered. And this is a completely separate piece as the internal board governance piece. So whatever the board decides.
Yeah, I've been through at least 2 sessions with, or 3 maybe, with Peggy, and I'm blanking on it. Peggy. Yeah.
Peggy Tori.
Tori, that's it. I thought she was excellent every time she's come to work with the board on the topic. And I think it would be especially important since Mr. Campbell, Ms. Middleton, and myself will have successors and who are going to be absolutely brand new with with that type of governance. And I think it would be very helpful. Mr. Dallas.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's essential. I remember Ms. Torrey, so I guess it's within the last 2 years. But I don't remember whether I went through it here or at another organization. But for people who are coming onto the board and understanding that under coherent governance, they don't manage the day-to-day. And that is reinforced. The times I've had it, it has been done effectively in like 2-3 hours. So if it can be held to one day, I think that would be beneficial.
If we did it, my recommendation would be that we open the day with that,
Okay.
right? And let that drive the agenda because of its significance. And then we can look at whether we need to add anything to the back end of that or not, but so that at least that is the priority on that day.
All right, Mr. Smith.
I intend to definitely agree with Mr. Guyer in terms of I think it should be a separate day and not the day that we're doing business, because that becomes a lot to work your mind around and to understand that. And normally when we have done coherent government, it has been a special meeting to take that on. And then also to I think before we make the decision to as in this body and this board to have that meeting and to schedule that, I think there are other ways of governing too that we may want to let our future board members know of, that there have been other ways, and that also make sure that we are as a board want to continue this route, and also understanding the governance that we're currently under, and understand what that looks like, and see how we may want to move forward with that. But in terms of coming in and tackling two or three things upon understanding that governance, I think it was a reason why. I think the first time we had, I think she required a certain amount of time with us. And I think we did an activity part. Now, in fact, I think she didn't come to us one time the first time. She came to us 2 times. And I think when she came 2 times, she was very intentional about what she went over the couple times that she was actually here. So I think this may be a little more complex than just going off the dome right now. I do remember her having some different tables and working together in this, and us saying her telling us that I think that it couldn't be done quickly, that she had a certain method to what she do. So I just want to put that out there too, just to get some of us to remember who was actually at that meeting. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hay.
Hello. Yes, I just wanted to chime in because Mr. Dallas, Mr. Ney, Mrs. Gordon, and I all did have coherent governance training when we were onboarded 2 years ago.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't see your hand for a bit. All right, so I think we've exhausted that for right now.
We do have,
Yep.
I think, one more business on that calendar.
Okay, next is the standard time. No?
No, on the actual calendar
Oh,
piece.
okay, go ahead.
Right. The way this is laid out in January, right? January 7th is your meeting where it's an organizational meeting where you elect officers and that sort of thing as a board. Then you have a January 21st meeting. Then you have January 31st meeting. And then you have a February 4th meeting. So those are in rapid succession, right? It'll feed into what I'm going to talk about in a minute, but there's a question mark there on the January 7th. I think from my perspective, that January 7th meeting would be best served as just an election of officers meeting, but not a regular business meeting in terms of items and everything else, because staff is going to be on vacation over the holidays. And so nobody's going to be around prepping presentations for those meetings at that time, right?
The other thing is it should just have swearing in above the election of officers, because the three new
Yes.
board members are not going to have access to the documents until they're sworn in. So no, that shouldn't be a business meeting. I don't think for that reason.
I agree.
either.
So it makes sense to me, and we're going to talk about some things in a minute, but to want us all conscious that as we move through that calendar, it will be January 7th, election of officers meeting, swearing in, right?
Swearing in first.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then election of officers. And then January 21st at the middle school is the business, regular business meeting. 31st is a work session. And then the 4th will have another business meeting. Okay. So, but that's going to be a sort of a tight timeline between the 21st and the 4th. But okay. All right. I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay. So next on our agenda is the standard timeline and document format for the Board of Education and committee meetings. Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. Put this together after a little bit of dialogue, a little bit of reflection, partially part of the discussion during my evaluation setting as well. And so in essence, the focus of this and the purpose of this is for efficiency and I think effectiveness. Okay. So it attempts to create a standard timeline and document format for Board of Education meetings and for committee meetings. Okay. And so what I'm suggesting here is that this will provide some clarity for my staff regarding meeting documents, reset expectations around a timeline for delivery of documents, and then establish a length of meetings norms for committee meetings. Okay. So if you turn to the next page, what you'll see is sort of a draft idea or concept here, right? 13 days prior to a meeting, whether it's a committee meeting or a Board of Education meeting, 13 days prior, that we have a draft agenda created. 5 days prior to whatever meeting that is, documents will be due. 5 days prior, documents will be uploaded, right? So the same day the documents are due, the documents will be uploaded. I'm going to have my staff trained on uploading documents so that they'll be able to review their documents and upload it themselves directly. Okay. One day, my request is then that as much as possible, right? Once you've had a chance to review those documents, if by noon the day prior to the meeting, whether it's a board meeting or a committee meeting, if you've got some questions on some of the items that you've seen there, that you share it with the presenter or myself and staff, so that we're prepared to tackle those questions that you might have, right? My hope is that will create some efficiency within some of the meetings as well, all right? And then, of course, you have the actual meeting date, right? What does that look like? If we go back to the month of October, right? Month of October is a pretty standard month. We had 2 board meetings on that month, all right? You see that you have, if you start at the very bottom of it, you see October 15th is the date of a meeting, of a Board of Education meeting, all right? 13 days prior to that. In other words, that means the day after the last meeting. So the day after the last meeting, October 1st, was the first board meeting of the month of October. So October 2nd, we draft the agenda for the October 15th meeting. Because the way it works right now, we have the meeting on a Tuesday. The following Monday, we draft the agenda at 5 o'clock at night. we've lost all of Monday to prepare documents or anything else. Then we have Tuesday, Wednesday, right? To get our presentations ready, to have them reviewed, and then by Thursday they've got to be in, right? So this is part of the issue, I think. So if we go back to and do it 13 days prior to the meeting. So October 1st, you have your meeting. October 2nd, we draft the agenda. That gives my team more time, right? By default. So then October 10th would have been 5 days prior to the October 15th meeting. Documents would be due. My team would upload the documents directly. All right. Robin will upload the agenda. My team will upload the documents. Okay. And then 1 day prior to the meeting, that Monday, by noon, any questions you might have on any of those documents or anything like that, if you could send them our way so we can fine tune and better prepare for Tuesday and hopefully answer your questions ahead of time within the presentation. And then I think October 15th, we have the meeting. Hopefully that'll create some efficiencies in the timeline of a regular board meeting. I would ask if possible for committee meetings that we do the same thing, that we keep that same timeline for the committee meetings. So what does this mean for you as a board member? One, you're looking for a draft agenda that Robin is putting into diligent. Two, you're going to look for staff members to upload documents 5 days in advance. And I'm going to have my team upload up till 10 p.m. on Thursday night. After 10 p.m., if it's not in there, I will remove it from the agenda. Gone. We'll have to push it on to the next one. Okay? After reviewing documents again, any questions you might have, Monday by noon, if you could submit any of those, then that'll help us prepare. And of course, the dialogue at the board meeting is going to spur on additional questions. That's fine. That's not an issue. But if we can tackle as many of them ahead of time through our presentation, then I think that's more efficient and probably more effective. Standard document format for our committee meetings, for our Board of Education meetings. Then what you're going to get for all of them will be a 1 to 2 page executive summary document, any necessary documents that you need to have for your review in order to know what you need to know and make decisions you might need to make. Okay. Then if there are any relevant data, graphs, or visuals as appropriate, we would include that in there. So these are the 3 levels of documents you would get. And then the 4th one is, what's the ask? What are we asking of you? Right? Are we asking a particular motion that needs to be passed? Are we not asking anything from you, but we're providing you information, right? Something that lets you know that. Okay? And then that way, all committee meetings will be standardized in terms of our document format. All board meetings will be standardized in terms of our document format. You know what you're looking for, and hopefully creates efficiency and more effectiveness. Then if we go to the last one, when it comes to committee meetings, I'm going to ask recommend and ask of you that the committee meetings be held to 60 to 75 minutes maximum. If it's necessary, no more than a 90-minute maximum. Because these people have other jobs that they got to do to keep the system running, and they got to come back into work early the next day and crank it right up again, right? So that's my ask as we look through this, and I'm going to turn it over for you all to discuss and provide any thoughts or insight.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Mr. Dallas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. I am 1,000,000% in support of this. Maybe 2 million. Maybe 3. Anybody for 4? Okay, no. But one of the things that I've experienced as a newbie on the operations committee, going after my colleague to the left and my colleague to the right, is our meetings have varied from 70 minutes, I think the last one, to 3 hours and 15. And that means it's too late. Some of our staff members have to drive long distances to get home at night after that. So one of the things that I really appreciate you've mentioned, Dr. Rodriguez, is if you don't meet the deadlines, your product doesn't get on the schedule. And that imposes organizational discipline. It's going to make life easier for everybody. The other thing that might help, and you probably have already considered this because this is really, really good stuff here, is that at the last meeting, academic meeting, there were 28 documents that were submitted. And each one of them have links in there. That's a huge workload for one organization to bring forward. I don't know if this is possible, but if you can flatline the OEs, the ARs, ratable over a full year, so we can get a ratable number for each month, for however many are required, and then you schedule that throughout the year, I think it'd be a lot easier on your staff.
Yeah,
Consideration.
so we've, that's a good point. We have scheduled OEs through our work plan in June. That was voted upon and approved by you based on what I gave you, right? As I reflect and I look at it, there isn't a lot of balance in that on any given month, right? So what I will look to do, some OEs have to happen when they have to happen, because there are certain things that finance has that are due on a certain date. There are certain things, right? So there are some of these things have to happen when they have to happen, but not all of them do. And the other ones that don't are ones that we can shift into other months. Right, and that will serve to do. I think what you're asking for is to flatline some of that, so that it doesn't all get bunched into there. We're sort of locked into our work plan right now, but when the next work plan comes to the board in June, I'm gonna move to shift some of those into other months and spread it out like you suggest.
Yeah, here's the work plan that we approved August 23rd,
Yeah.
2024. And it is kind of, I should say,
It's chunked into certain times. December is a heavy month. There might be a June or July one that's a heavy.
November's heavy.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. May.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there are things we can probably spread out a little bit, and we should do that.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Well, I was actually I was going to just also say that about to let Mr. Dallas know that we did have kind of have a schedule that we have pre-done, but also in terms of my mind, we do have committee chairs, and I believe the committee chair and the department person they align about how long the meeting should be, and I think it's been up to them. And then determine, and I've said at a couple of meetings that I think that there's a lot on this agenda, or that there's a lot. Me as a board member, I've said that, come to some committee meetings and said that I think that's good. That it's they do know that there's a lot on this agenda. And then also times when we do hear these things, they like to be moved to the consent agenda. So I think it's very important that we do take the necessary amount of time to go through these things, and especially when you're moving it to consent agenda, basically moving it there to ask the board to vote on and put your thumb stamp on it. So I mean, just moving forward, I just want to bring that to anyone who's possibly a chair at the time to do realize that with moving into it, if we do adopt some of these ways, then do understand that you do have some more responsibility on your plate too, as well as staff. So I just want to kind of point. I just want to point that out in terms of that. So I just leave that.
One of I think a particular, I don't know if it's a shift or not, but a particular item in here that I think will serve to help some of that, right, is that the opportunity exists there for any particular questions to come to us prior to the meeting, so that we're prepared to answer those things, or prepared to build those into our comments at within that presentation that will hopefully sort of front loading some of that work, I guess, a little bit.
All right. Ms. Boatright?
Yeah, so I also love this. Yeah, I think that meeting efficiency is a lofty goal. And I think there's things that the board can do better. And I took advantage of that. When I saw that, I emailed Candace my questions in advance, and then she got back to me and it was great. So if they're in advance, I will have time to read all the materials, ask my questions in advance, and I pledge to do that. Part of the problem has been, I mean, Thursday morning, we didn't have any of these materials or even the agenda.
Yeah.
So that makes it hard because then, especially for those of us who are working full time, it can't shift your schedule around as much. So that's going to be huge. I have a couple of thoughts that I think would really help. One, I don't consider personally, and this is going to sound really arrogant, I don't like PowerPoints as a way to present information. To me, I want the 1 to 2 page executive summary and data that supports the conclusions. And if you want to do a PowerPoint, have that if you're talking, because if someone does a PowerPoint and if someone reads the slides of a PowerPoint, if I had rotten fruit, I would throw it at them. It drives me crazy because I'm going to read it. I'm going to know what's going on. The PowerPoint's sort of a nudge as you're going through it, right?
You don't have
If
rotten
you-
fruit there, do you? Because I don't know if
No.
I read it or not. I just want to make sure you don't throw it. I want to stand behind this.
I'm just saying, it's just, to me, if you take the text out of a PowerPoint, you've got this like 20-page document to go through. And a lot of times I'm not even sure what you're referencing because you're going to talk about it. If you take the text out of a PowerPoint, it's like less than half a page of information, but it looks like you've got this 20-page document. So to me, the 1 to 2 page executive summary with the data and supporting things would be great. The other thing is, if we're going to do more work in the committees, which I'm in support of, so I can't make all the committee meetings, obviously, no one should. Going to YouTube to watch them is tedious because you've got to like skip through. Can we get an AI note taker that will capture the meeting, that's searchable? We can then track how much time, and we can look at where we're spending too much time. It will actually track the amount of time each person speaking spends on certain issues. But for me, I use it. I mean, I can send you all my link when it comes out, because if I'm looking, I don't go to the operations committee meeting, but I have a question about something, I can search the transcript. I don't have to watch the whole thing. So I think that really relying less on PowerPoint presentations as meeting materials and having an AI note taker that once the notes are generated, everyone on the board gets a link and then they can go in and make notes. And it will actually pull out the motions that are coming out. It will pull out actionable steps to follow up on. And I think that would really help if we're going to do more work in the committees, so that when we get to the actual formal board meeting, we've read the material, I've reviewed the transcript of the meeting, I've asked my questions, and we should be able to move through it quickly.
Somebody else had their hand up. Oh, it was Earl. Okay.
Question, because I won't be here, but I like the way you had that set up, but this is just some advice. You ask the question at the committee meeting, don't come back to the board when it comes to the board meeting, ask the same question. That's a waste of time. So that it let people know that maybe you don't know what you're talking about. So you ask it at the committee meeting, why ask it again at the board meeting? Doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Mr. Nay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been a proponent of shorter meetings for a long time, so this is exciting to me, and I absolutely agree with my esteemed colleagues on the other side of the U. I'm just going to start calling it that now. Ewans over there. But the standardization of repeated things promotes efficiency. So if we can do it the same way every time, I'm awesome. And I would challenge our committee meetings to be 60 minutes. I once had an officer come in and said, I used to have an hour and a half rehearsals and that was it. And my officer came in and said, no, you're down to 50 minutes now. So I had to look at what I needed to do to make my rehearsals, my meeting times efficient. And I trimmed the fat and I got down to it. Now I prefer that. So I think that can be done. Something else I wanted to bring attention is the quality of the products that are coming up to the school board. Lately, we've had format issues, we've had structured issues, we've had grammatical issues. So like, is there a review process in any of this? It's like, okay, we got the documents, we post the documents, but is anybody reviewing the documents? As a senior enlisted for a single officer unit, when an officer asked for a product from one of the Marines, They did not put that product on the officer's desk. It came to me and I reviewed it. And if there was anything wrong with it, what do you think you're doing? Go fix this. So if there's a product coming to the board, it should be looked over by at least 3 sets of eyes for all of those things.
I think this will allow for more of that, because I think what you see is sort of the product of everybody running from one thing to the next thing. You know, we got staff out there doing presentations now across the community. They've got their own work they've got to do. Yada yada yada, you know, and so and then committee meetings, you know, and then board meetings. So I think, you know, that's one of the reasons I highlighted for you January 21st, January 31st, followed by February 4th. The nice thing about January 31st is that we've kind of established here already that we're looking to have Peggy Torrey come, which means they don't have to do it, right? You know, that's a heavier load on Peggy Torrey for that day. But in essence, I think that's part of it, and that's what I'm looking for through some of this efficiency piece here.
Excellent.
Mr. Smith?
Let me say this. In terms of the actually, in terms of what Mrs. Boatwright just asked for, actually, there was a board motion to vote on. At one point in time, we did have an outline to what was said in the meeting during the times. At one point, I'm not sure if it was before you came on the board or not, but at one point you could go back and look at the board notes. Well, I believe it was board staff, or it was in the motion, or it was talked about what was said, and that you could go back and look it up according to what happened during certain meetings. And I believe that I'm not sure if it was a board vote or nothing, but I know that we did stop doing that. But if you go back and look into the notes, I know at least within maybe 2018 and 17, there were actual notes, as you're talking about AI, where you could go and read and see, okay, at the operations committee, they talked about so and so and so. So at one time you could do that. So I just want to point that out to you. I believe the board said that they did not want that. They did not want that.
What you can do with AI, though, you have the transcript and you can say, what did Dr. Lee say about Robert Smalls? And it will find the actual conversation. It'll have the video attached. It'll have, so, you know, you're not like reading through the notes. You can actually do like as if you were talking to the meeting, like as if you're in the, so that's just a next level thing.
Right. Well, I just want to bring out to you that we did have that before, and the board voted, I believe, for us to move to a different direction. I just want to put that out there. And the second thing is, in terms of the PowerPoint presentation. You know, I just heard what my colleague said a minute ago. Well, you're a board member. So in terms of timing, and you said that you don't want PowerPoint presentations done. I've said this 1,000 times, and I said again. People learn differently. So some people versus others it may be better for you to hear it a couple times. Or not even a couple times, how you may interpret it different upon reading it, and then upon someone going over it and saying it, because they may also go into more detail upon a PowerPoint presentation. So if you don't like it, then that's kind of more of your. Let me finish. That's more of your opinion and what you prefer.
Well, I did preface it with opinion, but also not that I don't like PowerPoints. I just don't want them in lieu of an executive summary.
Well, and I will say that. Additionally, once again, I think that's interpretation in terms of opinion. But I just go back to elementary. I was at a school one day, and the teacher had a student to write, "I will not do so and so. I will not do so and so." And growing up, your parent may have you write that several times. And by the end of the day, the point of them having you write it is so that you get it and that you learn it and that you don't do it again. So, you know, I heard some people say, well, don't ask it in the committee meeting, don't ask it here again. That may be how you learn it, or you may have done research and you thought that and someone have told you something in committee meeting, but then when you did something else, you may find out that what they said in committee meeting was not really what's taking place. So therefore, you may ask them that again to make sure that you heard what you heard. So I mean, so I just say to my colleagues, better yet, everyone learns differently and everyone understands things differently. So do take do take consideration to that. I mean, some of you may want to just read the documents and you may get it. Everyone learns differently. And also sometimes the public, be mindful that the public don't always get documents that we get as well, or may not have the access in terms of how we get documents as well. So sometimes they're checking. So to give a brief may not be in the best interest of something that we're putting out there when we're talking about having all these campaigns in terms of giving people information and telling people what good we're doing. So if we can't do it at the board level, then why in the hell should we do it at the the campaign levels? So we can't say one thing in terms of messaging. The message has to be clear. And basically, what someone basically said is that I go ahead and say basically, if you don't want to hear it, then why should you be a board member? That's what was said on the sidebar over here. So therefore, if you don't want to hear the PowerPoint presentation, maybe you don't want to be a board member. So I mean, it takes time. Deal with it.
I've got just another piece I wanted to clarify.
Just a minute, please. All right, Mr. Dallas.
Yeah. I don't think these 3, 4 items in the standard document format, I don't think those 4 are mutually exclusive. We don't have to take one and not take the other. I think your proposal gives those who want to read PowerPoints the PowerPoint. If the developer is comfortable creating that as a messaging document, I'm fine with that. It'll be there for the people Mr. Smith is talking about. But when I saw Ms. Boatwright's AI note taker, and I am a digital Neanderthal, seriously, I got so interested, I made a note to myself to reach out to her, and I've asked her to meet with me to show me how it works. Because that will allow people who are interested to be very efficient, and you can go back and research certain phrases. You can ask a question and AI is going to do the work for you. So I like what you've presented here. And I am in full support as written because I think it's going to make it a lot easier on staff. Seeing 28 different, no, I'm sorry, 32. 32 different documents come in from one group. I could only sympathize with them how much work that took. And then it goes to Ms. Cushingberry and the timelines compressed so much. If there's an error, it's resubmitted and it becomes confusing. So I think this is superb.
Thank you. Matt?
Yes.
So what I just want to clarify for everybody is 13 days prior, we would have the draft agenda. That draft agenda would be posted when those same day that those documents are posted. Because remember, something's not on, documents aren't there, I got to take it off. So it's not really on the agenda until it's on the agenda, right?
Okay. Oh, Chloe.
Excuse me, not to beat a dead horse.
Then don't.
I won't. I agree with what you're saying. I can't read what you're saying
Yes.
because I'm having some visual
Yep.
concerns. But giving me option, I've been listening intently today about what's being said. And so we do have to capture as many of the ICER, note takers, AI. My brother-in-law showed me that a few weeks ago, and I just lost my mind. It's great. It's great. But today, as a board, I think that we have to express our opinions, respect the opinion, but you also have to be true to what you believe. I don't have to believe what you believe to believe what you believe. I respect what you, and same with you and Mr. Smith and everyone else. So I don't think we should take it personal what you have presented to us, but embrace the options that you're giving us. And if we have something to add, like the hearing, I'm right now, I'm hearing what you, I can't read what you. And so I appreciate being able to sit here and hear what's being presented. So all I'm saying to all of you, this team works hard. 28 OEs, 38 ARs, whatever. They work hard. Give it to us. And sitting in the academic committee meeting, they were going through the OEs with us. I was sitting there saying, thank God I don't have to present. You know, I appreciate Dr. Stratus and the operations committee, everybody else that's working here. So let us not forget that we work for the people of parents, and they're expecting to hear what we're saying to move along. And I appreciate what you have given us today as options. Not to take all of them, but if you take one thing away today, had a great day. So thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And I was gonna spank you, but I changed my mind because there is a lot of hot work. Thank you.
Now you got my.
Do you want to?
I did that for him.
I'm in. All right, y'all, it's Fireflies AI. Tell them I sent you. I get a free month.
Committees are given 5 days in advance right now. Is there any way to keep that instead of trying to do 13? That's all. We're not sure. So.
One thing. And that is, and I probably hear him speak, preaching to the choir. Punctuality, please, to all the meetings, because it's not fair to the people that are there on time. And if you're arriving 15 or 20 minutes late, yeah, it's much harder for you to understand what's taken place in the meeting because you've missed a good part of it. And it's not fair to have to repeat it for a latecomer. Of course, there are unusual circumstances and emergencies and whatnot, but we expect attendance from our students, good attendance, and we as board members should be punctual to the meetings because that will make a huge difference of how quickly they can transpire. All right, next we have, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for your presentation. We need the motion to go into executive session, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, I move that the board goes into executive session for the following matters. Discussion of proposal selection of civil engineering services contract RFQ 25003 pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A2. Employment matter personnel ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A1. Adult education report pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-40A4.
Second. Okay. All right, second by Mr. Carr. Yes, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Doctor, the employment matter, who will be talking to us about that?
I assume Ms. Walton, as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, all in favor of going into executive session for the reasons listed, please say aye. Aye. Hey.
Aye.
Thank you. So any nays? Any abstentions? All right, we go into executive session unanimously.
Ready? Good afternoon, and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education work session of November 22, 2024. The board was just in executive session, and we are now back in public session. And Colonel Guyer, Vice Chair, do we have any motion or action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am. I move that the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to issue an award to Ward Edwards Incorporated for professional design services for civil site projects.
Second.
The board authorizes the superintendent to negotiate the contract and upon successful negotiations, executes a contract with the firm.
Second.
Again?
Yeah.
Practice makes perfect. Are we ready?
Elizabeth, can you hear us now?
Yes, he came back and
Okay,
Okay,
so we'll just start again.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent to issue an award to Ward Edwards Incorporated for professional design services for civil site projects. The board authorizes the superintendent to negotiate the contract and upon successful negotiations, execute a contract with the firm.
Second.
All right. Do we have any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Hey.
I,
All right, that carried unanimously, and we only have Ms. Middleton absent from the vote.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommendations for employment listed on the October 1st, 2024 to October 31st, 2024 Personnel Ratification Report.
Okay, Ms. Boatright, second the motion. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Hey.
I,
All right. That one carries unanimously as well with Ms. Middleton absent from the vote.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education report for November 1, 2024.
All right, Ms. Gordon, second it. And any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I,
Hey. Nay? Okay.
Hay
That
was
carries-
I.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that motion carried unanimously as well, with Ms. Middleton absent from the vote. Is that the,
Yes,
do you have
ma'am.
any motion, further motions? Okay. So it looks like we've reached the end of our agenda. Yes, Dr. Rodriguez?
The last presentation regarding meetings and the efficiency and effectiveness with the meetings. I just want to say for that timeline, I think that's something we should begin with the January meetings, because you already might have some meetings scheduled within December that aren't going to meet that timeline just naturally. So I say we roll with it, and January's a fresh start for implementation.
All right, I think we've addressed all the business for today's meeting. And thank you for all of you that attended and participated. And those of you who are watching us virtually, thank you for your attention. And we can adjourn by unanimous consent if there are no objections. We're adjourned. Thank you.